Oh, this shit instantly. Does it? Yeah, there. Yeah, okay. There's a viewer count. There is a viewer count. Okay. Uh, what I do, bro? I just started streaming Dragon Ball '99. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Nigga, ooh, kill him, ooh, kill him. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube right now. All right. Yo, all right, all right. Here we go. Here we go. Next one. I gotta make sure this has no explicit imagery. Yeah, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. I think so far we are good. I'll do this separate, because not allow. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can share screen. Oh, there we go. Yo, imagine getting dissed on this beat, bro. We can't hear it. This dude had a Kendrick Lamar ass fucking hold on. Can you hear it now? Oh my god. God damn it. Heard me twice or the stream? Oh, yeah, the tab. All right. I don't know why it's doing this. Got fucking LTG shit, bro. right. So, chat. You already know what's going on. You already know. Hold on. Can I manage this? Yeah. Honestly, I just grabbed random renders and I just put them in. What? Trying to let y'all know what canon sticks. Also, let me change this fucking title or something like that. Right. Okay. And then I think next I'm going to do this. Refresh. Bro, I can't I can't even fucking hear like bruh. Okay. That's fine. I guess. I have no idea. Well, I can hear everything else fine. It's just that it won't feed to the stream. That sucks. Screen. Share screen. Boom. There's this. Can I do the audio? Okay. Well, hold on. Then give me a second. Then. So yeah, guys. I just want to talk about what is canon to Savior and what is not. So just give me a second. As you know, right? Oh my god, we already had this fucking. God damn it! Get shit out of here, right? Okay. So we already have the fucking logo, right? Yeah, this is the logo for Dragon Ball Savior, and as you know, I think it says on the Wattpad shits, right? Let me just pull it up. But basically, why we're doing that is that it's like a story of prophecy. We have Mr. Juko Kairu, right? And let me see. I want to share my screen. Right? Okay. So first of all, spoilers, right? Sorry. Yeah. So look, they called him dead weight. The prophecy called him Messiah. Okay. Right. Banished under Sand King Ragus of Aboras, ruthless exile protocol Juko Kairu, last scion of a cursed bloodline, survives a dying world and is taken to the hidden Daimoku Sanctum. There, among the Shinron vanguard, the faithful of the ancient creator Zalama, Juko is forced to confront a fate he never wanted. turn a near zero power reading into the spark of an uprising, or watch his family's curse finish what exile began. Yeah, I might have been on a little crack when I wrote that. That last part too. I just wanted to sound cool, so I can try and interpret what it actually means. So if we look at turn a near zero power reading into the spark of an uprising, right? That part is true because Juko at birth was weak. And keep in mind, I wrote this before Dragon Ball Super Broly was a concept. But basically, what this entails is that Juko at birth was weak, and there's a reason for that. It's because of Exodus 02. And what Exodus 02 is that it was a movement, or like a unit conjured by King Vegeta, because King Vegeta knew that Frieza was going to betray him at some point. Now, we know in chapter 1, right? Let's read together, right? Right. So if you remember, and keep in mind that some parts of the original Z anime and some parts of Dragon Ball Super Broly, or the parts that we're seeing in like the Bardock special or whatever media by Toei has, like all the sands and shit, it's mixed in with some of what Toriyama wrote himself on Dragon Ball Super Broly. But basically, those two concepts, some of those narrative things are merged, and the part that is canon is that King Vegeta and Frieza, like they had a little standoff and like meeting or whatever with King Cold or whatever, and the hands were working under Frieza. So that part is canon. To Savior. But basically, yes, it reads here, right? But King Vegeta, for all his pride and ambition, would not sit idle and watch his people march toward extinction. He would fight back, not with brute force or defiance. Those would only hasten their destruction, but with cunning. And so a plan was born, whispered in the shadows of the throne room, carried only to those with the strength and will to see it through. The king called it Exodus 02, a secret project that would give the Saiyans a second chance. So yeah, again, emphasizing that King Vegeta at the standoff with King Cold and Frieza, that they already knew that these people could not be trusted. So, I think I do have to rewrite some parts of this. Some parts of this do need to be rewritten. But for the most part, King Ragus, sorry, not King. Well, Ragus at this time. It was Ragus, it was Kaya, Surias, and Parash, who were the main like figureheads of Exodus 02. I think there was a lot more Saiyans there too. But for the figureheads and leaders, like these four, or was it five of them? Right, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I remember there being another. Yeah, there's Parash, there is Kaya, Ragus. Hold on. Let me pull up the art because I mean, like this minor spoilers, I guess. But hold on, just give me a second. I could have sworn there was more, but I guess not. Let me see. Right. Is it too big to put on screen? Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm gonna like point to like what is what, right? So in the middle there's the Jackie Kairu. We're gonna talk about her later. The left is Padash. No. Sorry. The right is Padash. He's the one in, like the fucking like augmentation suit, and like the left one is Surias, and then the top is Ragus. He becomes king later, but we'll get to that in a bit. So yeah, let me add this stage. Oh my god, Jesus, StreamYard is so dumb. Okay, right. So yeah, yeah. So there was four, but on the cover there's three of the Borean Exodus O2 Saiyans. But yeah, so he says, Frieza will destroy us, not a question of if, but when. Our strength, our pride, it means nothing in the face of his power. We cannot defeat him head on, but the Saiyan race must survive. That's why I've summoned you. You know what I ask of you. Right. So, yeah, they literally, quite literally, they create a new future by seeing through Frieza and conjuring a plan. So their task was to just get a bunch of people, like very important people, people that can contribute to the Saiyan race and all that. Get as much people as you can, and then just leave. Right. And I don't know how they did that. Or at least I don't remember. I don't remember what I put like specifically, but let me see. Oh, this line that says that is why Exodus O2 will appear as though it is a failure. I will allow Frieza to destroy our world, but by the time he does, you will already be gone and be vanished, forgotten. That is how we survive. Right. So how it even happens is that I think I had a vision where King Vegeta, after he sends off like Exodus O2 to like go collect people, get as much people as you can, and all that, just like mobilize a bunch of people. King Vegeta, he goes up there with Bardock to fight. So King Vegeta and Bardock face off against Frieza, but it was not enough still, and Vegeta ended up being destroyed. But that is a little detail I wanted to put out there because I just thought it was really cool, and I thought that just fan service. I mean, like, your planet is at the brink of destruction and all that. Like you're being destroyed, so like why not, right? And just fan service for Vegeta's dad and Goku's dad just to like fight together against a common threat. Because at that point, class doesn't really matter, and it's just overall about defending your home planet and like what the Saiyans stand for. And of course they failed, but that really does mean something. So yeah. Well. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm like annihilating this burger right now. Okay. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry. It's fucking tearing that shit up. Okay, so let me continue with what I was talking about. So yeah, I was talking about how the origins of Savior or whatever. Oh, also I need more people on my stream like right now. And I also need Tony to lock in because I'm sorry. But some of the people who advocate for Savior don't know shit about Savior at all. That's just what it boils down to. There's no way that, you know, like there's people that talk about JUCO and shit like that. You know, it's the Savior canon, which is something I want to address in the form of a stream. So, yeah. So let me be live right now. No, sorry. Let me pull up. So I'm probably gonna keep this up for about, I'd say 4 hours, right? Oh my God. I had to link the stream, but yeah, I'm gonna make a post on it. Now, does it? Yeah, it's a hyperlink. Okay. Okay. So yeah, what I was saying, right? Is that people who talk about Savior don't know Savior. And I want to like clarify like what Savior means as a series. So as we know, we have our established entities that well, my friends know, me and my friends know, but to the public it is not known yet, right? There's like a little hints here and there on like DeviantArt and other sources. But guys, the main idea of Dragon Ball Savior, and this has a lot of implications about the cosmology also, and in the overall hierarchy. Hold on, right? I'm just gonna use an image of like fucking fan made Zalama or whatever, right? That Zalama is at the top of like pretty much everything, right? Give me a second. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so Zalama right here is at the pinnacle of everything in Savior, right? I treat him as the God figure because the intent behind Dragon Ball Savior is that it's supposed to be a Christian motif, kind of like a Christian spin on a Dragon Ball story. So we have Zalama, and Zalama is theorized to be the creator, or said to be in lore, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. And that's perfect because we all know in Dragon Ball Super the extent of the power of the Super Dragon Balls. They're able to restore a universe, and they could potentially do more than that. So by proxy, and I mean, like, people can correct me if I'm wrong on this because I have been working on this for about 11 years now. Ever since 2025. So yeah, pretty much almost 11 years. And it just passed off to me that, you know, we have the Super Dragon Balls, and anyone who makes the Dragon Balls is like stronger than the potential of the Dragon Balls, right? So I know that might sound silly, but in this case, right? Let me actually research to get my shit right real quick because who created Shenlong? Okay, yeah. So yeah, by this logic, right? By this logic, it says that Shenron's creator is Kami, the guardian of Earth. Well, actually, let me get this right. Shenlong is a magical dragon from the eternal dragon. Yeah, he's a eternal dragon. That's an English only thing, by the way. So I'm gonna have to remember that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So by the logic that this is going by, fucking. Oh, hey, bro. How you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream. I'm just talking about Dragon Ball Savior right now, so yeah, it's gonna be kind of all over the place. Yes, welcome to the stream. It's gonna be all over the place, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, right? So guys, all right. Recap. Everybody who talks about Savior does not know about Savior. There is a select few, and you know who you are. And I'm gonna get to the bottom of this today. Like in like this is gonna be figured out. Okay, guys, it's gonna be figured out. So on screen, right? If you haven't already like rewinded or whatever like that, I'm gonna plan it again, right? This is Zalama. In lore, Zalama is said to be the creator of the Super Dragon Ball. So by extension, if we use the logic of, you know, Kami, then this being is basically God, like God himself. Okay, he's basically like the God in Dragon Ball Savior. Okay, and I wanted to add on to that with the story I was going with, like Juco and shit like that. So when I made Juco Kairu, right, I didn't have I didn't have the concept of the Kairu family. I just wanted to give my OC like a last name. But the reason I made the Kairu family is to give that last name a meaning, a cultural meaning within the lore. So, because it didn't really make sense for a Saiyan to have a last name or a character in Dragon Ball to have a last name, right? So I established with the Kairu family, I gave them history and lore like that. Like there is a huge cultural presence with the Kairu family in Universe 7 and 6. And it traces all the way back to the Super Saiyan God era. And beyond. And what separates the Kairus from normal Saiyans is that their lineage is deeply rooted even beyond like an entity in like the demon realm. So hold on. So look, let me put this on a scale for you guys. Let me put this into perspective right here, right? Let me bring it up. Image file, bro. Okay, bro. I need to bring up the demon realm. I'm showing you guys demon realm, but look, right? This is the demon realm. We see this in Daima, but I am kind of reluctant on using Daima lore. Look, you guys know me. I do not like Daima at all. I can't stand it. Like everything it stands for. I respect Toriyama Sensei's works, wishes, and all that. But I'm not gonna lie, the betrayal I felt seeing Super Saiyan 4, it threw Daima out the window for me. Okay, it just threw it out, right? So look, this is the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm has 3 layers. 3 layers. Right? And there's like a visualization here also. This was really, really helpful. Really helpful. I'll just name it random stuff. So yeah, we have the Demon Realm. There is an entity within this bubble, I think I wrote that she actually exists outside. But yeah, sorry, you guys got spoiled. Literally, there is a devil equivalent in this series. That's supposed to go against God. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have like the 3 layers of the demon realm, right? Yeah, I think it's like numerically backwards. So I think the red is actually like the first layer, but regardless, Nabira outclasses all of this. She doesn't even exist in the same dimensional framework as like the demon realm, like her like production or whatever, right? She exists outside of the universe, right? Alongside Zalama or God, right? So yeah, we have a character named Nabira. You're supposed to oppose God, right? And so we have the good and evil motif set in, right, already. And that's when I started Juko Kairu and like the Kairu family, and you know that this is just like Dragon Ball Savior itself. It's Zalama, Nabira, and then Juko, right? They're like the main 3 headpieces of this series of what it means. So yeah, we have Juko Kairu is the savior. He's prophesied, as we can tell, right? Because I keep glazing him, right? and 2, there's a lot of thematic weight that he carries as a character throughout the series. By which it's up to you guys if you want to read it, right? But that's just the reality of Juko. Let me go over here. So yeah, I want to get to why he was exiled. Um, he was exiled because he was weak, right? And why that was the case is that when Exodus 02 had to relocate and find a planet for the sand race, they vowed that something like this would never happen again, right? Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Sorry. That I remember my fucking like old drafts, really old. No, that comes after. But there was a more fair government actually after the destruction of Planet Vegeta. There was a more fair government, and there's not much light shed on the figureheads of the Aborian government, right? Or sorry, I forgot to mention the planet they landed on was called Planet Abora. So that's why I'm saying the Aborian Sands, right? The Aborian Sands had a fair like government, right? And they lived, but they still had the sand spirit. They lived rough, they trained rough, all that, right? And it even got down to a point to where they had a they basically had their own hyperbolic time chamber, right? And I think the name is in the file I made. Let me see. Also, let me look in chat here in a second. Hold on. Right? Okay. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, we have the Star Spine Vault, as it says in the file name. Basically, the Aborian Sands' own version of the hyperbolic time chamber. It came with the planet that they had settled on. And while we don't have that much information on what happened when they landed on Abora, we know that they were lended a dimension in which they can train. So throughout the destruction of Vegeta, all the way down to like mid GT in the Super 17 arc, the Aborian Sands have gotten like ridiculously strong, like to a ridiculous amount. And on screen, as you can see, that right there, it does look like Super Saiyan 3, right? But that right there is what I call true Super Saiyan 4. That right there, right? And why I say that is because you have the long hair, right? And you have the tail, right? Because Super Saiyan 3 and above, you might want to have a tail for like the excess energy. So you know, like because it's proven in GT that having a tail like kind of contributes to how you control your forms, right? So yeah, this is true Super Saiyan 4. It is the next stage, or I guess you could say it's like kind of an amplification of Super Saiyan 3. It kind of just goes down that line, right? But the reason for true Super Saiyan 4, right? Biologically, is that you don't really go to the next step with Super Saiyan 3's like biological function as a transformation, right? But you still want to use as much ki as you can, right? So the premise is to go beyond by having more control of yourself. So that means you have complete dominion over your base power. which entails like no key leakage, any of that, right? I kind of meant to illustrate like a aura, like a regular aura here, but it's kind of like a mist. So that is supposed to represent like the mastery of like key leakage, right? Which is a concept borrowed from like Super Saiyan Blue or something like that, right? But yeah, that is what true Super Saiyan 4 is. It is basically a next step from Super Saiyan 3, except you're taming yourself, right? It's kind of like the fan made form from like, I don't know, like 12 years ago. It's called Zen Super Saiyan 3. But this is what that is, right? It's the next step. It is a more tamed version of Super Saiyan 3, and it's stronger because you have that control. And it's more optimal. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. That same is little behind unparalleled potential than any sand to make fiction. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice. Hell yeah, that's nice. That they can see their ancestors and talk to them, make it available for power that can help them. Okay. I'm trying to think where I've seen that before, so I can get a better perspective on it. But it actually sounds fire. So they're like basically kind of in this near death state, right? Well, this is what I'm assuming, right? Because they're in the near death state, they have like they have this spiritual frequency that allows them to communicate with their ancestors, right? And draw power from there, right? That's what I'm assuming. I mean, it does sound fire. It really does sound fire. It's just that I'm trying to understand more. Oh, so my stream might be laggy, like as all hell. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, we have the Star Spine Vault. It came with the planet that they're on, and they trained all the way from like a couple years after like the destruction of Vegeta, like say like 5 or 10 years, right? And then all the way to mid GT, Super 17, like right. That is like the to and from of like the time skip of like Abora, right? And yeah, so by that logic, right? And this right here is a low ball. It's a low ball. Okay, it's a low ball. They're Vegito level, average, right? From the Buu Saga, I had to clarify that they're Vegito level from the Buu Saga, on average. I think I said like an average Aborian soldier at Super Saiyan 3 could stand up to Vegito from the Buu Saga, right? Yeah, and that's not even talking about lieutenants, colonels, generals, right? And like commanders, right? And the king too, the king. So these guys, by the time of the Super 17 arc, these guys are monsters, okay? Monsters. Yeah. So why was Zuko exiled from planet Abora? That is because Zuko was weak, and there was a power vacuum within the government of Abora at the time. It has a lot to do with Yaki Kairu, Juko's mom at the time, and her husband Taviga Kairu, who carries the Kairu lineage at the time, right? And I think I wrote it that Taviga Kairu was a very, very big person of interest. Did I say interest? Interest. At the time, right? That's because Taviga Kairu murdered one of the government heads, right? And that spawned a huge power vacuum. Now, we don't know why yet. Okay, and I'm saying we because I'm sitting right here with you guys as the audience. I'm sitting right here with you guys. No, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. Also, hold on. Nigga, I'm on stream. What am I streaming? My lore. All right. Let me pull this up real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Look, I have to pull this up. Oh my God, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Don't tell me it's not gonna pull it up, dude. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Also, let me see. Oh, it kind of does look wonky, yeah. Type shit. But yeah, Tony, I'm streaming. I'm talking about Savior on stream right now. Juko Gaming. Yeah, YouTube. I never do it on Kairu Lives, even though Kairu Lives. Yeah. But yeah. Oh shit. Yep. All right. So yeah, guys. Okay. So why was Juko exiled? Because power vacuum, right? Power vacuum spawned by Taviga murdering one of the heads, and shit happened, basically, right? And because shit happened, Ragus, right? Ragus, the top figure you see here, Ragus, he had always anticipated that he would be the king of Abora or follow King Vegeta's shadow, even though it belonged to Sorias, but that's okay, right? That's okay. Right? So King Ragus sees the opportunity, and he becomes king because he wants the old days of Planet Vegeta, and that is when we have the Exile Protocol, right? So basically, in a nutshell, the Exile Protocol is supposed to target weak Saiyans that have a power reading below the standard threshold at birth, right? It targets those Saiyans. It targets Saiyans that don't have any potential, and things of that nature, right? And Juko was a victim to that law, right? And what happened to him, because Yaki Kairu was within, like, she was a soldier, basically, right? So naturally she had like these perks. And all those perks died with the previous ruler. As soon as King Ragus came up, everyone just got exiled, right? Okay, I'm exaggerating. Not everybody got exiled, but I'm saying that, like, there's a lot of things that got reset upon King Ragus's uprising. Yeah, so basically, we had the Exile Protocol. It targets Juko Kairu, right? And they take Juko Kairu away from Yaki Kairu and send him off to an inhospitable planet. Now, that sounds familiar. I know it sounds familiar to you guys. I know it does. It's basically Broly, right? Broly, but the premise of it and the reason for it is reversed. King Vegeta wanted Broly gone because he was too strong. He was a freak. He was a mutant. He was a danger. And King Ragus wanted Juko gone because he was weak because of King Ragus's agenda on Abora. So that is where the difference lies. And keep in mind, guys, I did write this before I even knew Dragon Ball Super Broly even existed. Not King, intricate characters like King Ragus and all that, but I drew the premise of a Saiyan being exiled because he was weak. Very simple premise, but I just want to let you know that I wrote that. But okay, but yeah. He put out Juko because he was weak. Now Juko was on the desolate planet. Yakuza. Did I say Yakuza? What the? Sorry, I'm looking at two things at once. Okay, two things at once. Okay, sorry. Yaki Kairu. Why did I say Yaki Kairu? They anticipated what she was going to do. So they did the smart move of apprehending her as soon as possible because they knew she would crash out, right? Because she was a soldier. And I don't think I said this detail, but she was a very high-ranking soldier, like in her missions or whatever, right? She climbed up the ranks pretty fast, right? I think she was a lieutenant. Yes, she was lieutenant level, right? But they apprehended her and they jailed her, right? Why they jailed her? I think it would boil down to associations with Tavika Kairu because although they couldn't prove that Tavika Kairu had anything to do with the murder of that government official, they still jailed Yaki Kairu because of her association, right? And by this time, Tavika Kairu is like a ghost. He's an outlier, right? He's purely legend at this point. Yeah. So yeah, she's jailed. Way beneath the core of Abora, right? Or sorry, in the core of Abora. In a facility, constantly being drained of her ki, right? Constantly being weakened, never to come out, right? Boom. So let's go over to Juko real quick, right? Juko lands on this desolate planet, inhospitable planet. There is no escape to anything that gets in this planet. Anything that gets in cannot come out. So he's landed in a hellscape, basically, right? It's like Venus, but like on crack, right? Venus, like how how like heat gets into Venus and like it doesn't fucking come out. Yeah, everything that comes into planet, that planet that he was like landing on, nothing comes out, right? So the pod lands, boom, and he's going to die. Juko Kairu is going to die, right? As a child. But miracle happens. And the miracle is the god of light, Ryuja. He descends on the Juko. Now this is important. This is really important. He descends onto Juko and he saves him. Why does he? Why does this dude care about some like random, like baby like dying in the planet, right? Well, okay, that's a stupid question to ask. For what? That's very stupid. That's very cold and heartless. All right, very cold and heartless. But besides, just saving someone from like a hellscape planet, literally, Ryuja saw within Juko Kairu the mark of God. That is very important. He saw the mark of God within Juko Kairu. Now, let me paint a picture for you guys, right? So, last enough, Juko has the mark of God. Ryuja is like very, very interested, right? And he saves him, takes him back to their holy realm, right? So, yeah. Let me paint you guys a picture, right? Toviga Kairu is the head of the Kairu family at this time. But there's a lot of history with the Kairus, right? Toviga's not the first to carry this like what the Kairus are. He's not the first of what they are. But I'll tell you this, he is the greatest. He is the greatest. Interpret that however you will. He is the greatest representation and like figurehead of what the Kairu family is. We go back 2 generations. So Toviga Kairu and his father, Serato Kairu, right? And Serato Kairu's father, Draman Kairu. So let's begin at Draman, right? So Draman Kairu, grandfather of Toviga, father of Serato Kairu. He was a warrior in the Super Saiyan God days. Sorry. Before, like way before the Super Saiyan God days, he was a warrior, right? And he did what a Saiyan did. He fought. He wanted more power. Rinse and repeat. But Draman Kairu was conceived during the Age of Dominion, right? So at this time, gods were pretty casual about where they walked, right? They weren't really separated. But like people like like destroyer gods and shit like that, they were pretty casual on the mortal plane, right? And Draman Kairu, sorry, not even just Draman Kairu himself, but like there were like an abundance of like races and shit like that who normally went to war with gods, right? And of course by this time, like the strength that we see now, it wasn't really there back then, or there wasn't really a abundance of it back then. But yeah, they would go to war with mortals regularly, right? And Draman, despite being just a regular Saiyan, right? Draman, he was an outlier, right? So by this time, there was a classification, right? We have mortals, strong mortals that can contend against destroyers, right? Then we have gods. We have gods of creation, or Kaioshin, gods of destruction, or just gods of something, right? Ryuja, right? And then we have the Titans. Now, the Titans are an interesting race. We don't know much about them. Yes, me and you included, we don't know much about them. However, what we know about the Titans is that they are strong enough to have their own classification in the cosmology hierarchy in Dragon Ball. Keep that in mind. I'll say it again. Titans, they're strong enough to have their own classification, identifiable classification in the cosmology hierarchy of Dragon Ball. And this is Dragon Ball Savior exclusive, so of course it's not canon, so directly canon. But the Titans exist in Dragon Ball Savior, right? And Draman went to war with both of them. That is what made him an outlier. He wanted all the smoke. It doesn't matter if he won or lost. He wanted all the smoke. He was just that aggressive, right? So because he went to war casually with both the gods and titans, this got Nibiru's interest. Now, if you guys didn't hear before, let me actually bring Zalama back on the screen, right? We have Zalama, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. I have to say this again. Creator of the Super Dragon Balls. He's basically God at this point. He exists outside of everything, right? For an input, there must be an output. For good, there must be evil. And so we have Nibiru. I don't have a picture right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think I have like a work in progress of her. Sorry, hold on. Just give me 2 seconds, okay? Just give me 2 seconds. Our channel. Where are you, Nibiru? Where are you? Where is she? I don't think it's in here. Okay. So, okay, since I don't have a picture of Nibiru, just imagine that it's like female Satan, okay? Okay, female Satan, right? Or actually, if we're gonna go with face claims, we're gonna grab the villain of Dragon Ball Kakume, like the angel villain, or I think that's actually the Grand Priest's wife or something. I have no idea, no freaking idea. God damn it! Oh, Jesus Christ! Hold on. Oh yeah. She's mother of all angels, I think. Yeah, right. So yeah, we're just gonna use her as a face claim, right? But the point is that good must have evil, right? And there's a head of I wouldn't say Zalama in canon is like the head of evil, like the head of good itself, right? But he is God. He is God. He did create, right? Creation and destruction. And on screen, we're gonna use her as a face claim because I don't have Nibiru's picture right now. So just treat this as Nibiru. But she is the antithesis of Zalama, of God. So Draman Kairu, because he wanted beef with all the gods and titans and shit, right? This caught Nibiru's attention. And this is what changed everything. So Nibiru had two motives for meeting. Sorry, hold on. Let me see this. Stay on. Oh, hold on. My bad. Oh my God, I almost closed this shit out. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Nibiru had two motives for meeting with the mortal, right? Number one, Nibiru wanted to get to Zalama. She wanted to get into the mortal realm, and she could not do that because of Zalama. And I don't think I mentioned this, but Zalama and Nibiru have like a lot of beef. But right, she wanted to bypass Zalama's binding through mortal lineage, right? She could never, because of Zalama, she could never directly manifest her essence into the existence of the mortal plane because of Zalama, because she's even with Zalama. So they're at like bumping heads, right? But through a living conduit, she could get the edge on Zalama. That's where Draman comes into play, right? Because her power, right? Because as I said before, Nibiru harbors way beyond like the demon realm, well, she stands for the demon realm, but she exists outside of like the like cosmology, right? Her power could root itself in mortal flesh. That is where drama comes into play, right? And two, again, she wanted to reclaim a presence in the world, right? So yeah. Yeah, and there spawns a pact between Draman and Nabira, right? So this creates the Kairos, basically. This pact births the Kairos. It's like, hold on, let me find the writing for this. Okay, yeah. So it says here, I can't like show it to you guys because there's like other information in here too. So it says, the gods create, I birth that which they fear to name. You, Draman, shall become my instrument, not in change, but in truth. She sought an ally who understood balance with defiance, who would not worship her, but embody her ethos. That is where the Kairos were like birthed from. The seed of Nabira. And she calls this seed the seed of Diaferna. So that she can ensure that her will could spread in mortal flesh. That is where the Kairos originate. So, in basics, this is why the Kairos are so dangerous. It's all because of Draman and Nabira. And Draman, because of the pact, he became Draman Kairu. That is the story. So, right. The pact itself. Nabira gifts Draman the seed of Diaferna. And to what Diaferna is, we'll get to in a sec. But the seed of Diaferna is very important. The seed of Diaferna is what dictates what comes after Draman. Draman, because Draman Kairu, he becomes a Kairu, right? He names this power Kairu. And after that, the Kairus pretty much dominate. There's not much information on Draman himself, but we know that he did still fight. He did still fight against like the gods and the titans and shit like that. But eventually he settled down. He had his wife. And he had Serato Kairu. And Serato Kairu grew up to be just as vicious and savage as Draman was without stop. Because Serato was ambitious. And as it is described, Draman, he wasn't really as ambitious. In comparison to what Serato would even grow into, he wasn't really as ambitious, right? Hold on, give me a second. I want to find the page. Oh my goodness. I had a Serato drawing here somewhere like on my computer, but I don't have it anymore. I don't know where it is. No, hold on. 1PK. Let me go over here. Image file. Right. Okay. So, Serato Kairu. Now, this kind of spoils like a little bit, but look, Serato Kairu, very ruthless fighter, very ambitious fighter. He wanted everything, right? Power. Wanted the same thing that Jamin wanted. But because of the Kairu nature that was created off of the seed of Diaferno, he was pure evil. He was pure evil. And so I don't think Serato killed Draman. But when Draman made the Kairu like empire or whatever, right? When he made the Kairu empire, Serato took over. And he was like, yo, I'm running this shit now. Right? So Serato expands everything that Draman created and turns it into a superpower in the universe, right? Universe 7. This is like ancient Universe 7. Ancient Universe 7. Like pre Super Saiyan God, right? But we are getting close. We're getting close. So he expands everything, right? And his kingdom is so powerful. He is at constant war with gods. He's at proxy wars. He's at cold wars. He's at hot wars. He's at like all that shit. And right? And he has a son. He has a son named Taviga. Actually, Serato's wife had a baby with Serato, and then Serato's wife had a baby with another Saiyan, right? But it's a little tricky how I want to go about like the full scope of that. Because there's another party involved in the creation. But yeah. So Serato had a son. And the family or the next generation, there was two, right? We have Taviga. Taviga is who I want to talk about, okay? Taviga Kairu. Now, Taviga Kairu came out not as ambitious or ruthless as the previous two, Draman or Serato. Young Taviga was actually relatively tame. He didn't want anything much to do with fighting without purpose. He was to himself. He wasn't really that social. He cared a lot about his brother, and his brother's name is Baricia. But like I said, I can't really magnify on that scope because there is another party involved, right? But Taviga did not grow up like Draman or Serato. And there was a point in time where, like, we just go forward, that the Kairu Empire got so big that it could not be contained, right? And Serato Kairu, because he was at the head, like the head of the Kairu family at the time, he just wanted more and more and more complete dominion over like the universe. He's very ambitious, and this was a problem in family. Yes, and I'm going to emphasize it's a problem in family. That's important. So Serato's wife gets sick. It was because a lot of people had a problem with the Kairos, right? So they wanted the Kairos gone. They didn't want to associate with them gone. Serato's wife got hit with something that you could say is like a bioweapon of some sort, right? But she gets sick. This disease is said to have no cure in the mortal world. No cure at all. And Tevika was relatively soft, right? He spent lots of time with his brother. He didn't like fighting without purpose. And all that shit, right? He spent a lot of time with his mother too. And his mother, because Saiyan like females, like motherly Saiyan females, like tend to be like really, really intricate in emotional clarity. That is what I want to say, right? That's why Tevika's like that, right? He cares about his mother a lot. And so this disease is a problem. So what ends up happening is that Tevika confronts Serato. He says, please stop. Stop what you're doing. Help mom. Our family's breaking apart because you just want to smoke with everyone. Like bro, right? And Serato, he doesn't plan to stop. He wants to keep expanding. He has forsaken his family for power. That's basically the story with Serato, right? Because he wants everything that the gods have, right? But look. Tevika grows resentful of Serato, his father, right? Because of that. So, and it's not extreme as it'll become later, right? So next, Tevika tries to get help from the gods, destroyers, gods of creation, all that. Now, you guys know what the answer is, right? Because of Draman, because of Serato, their history, the guys are going to say no. And Tevika wasn't really like the Kairus, right? Especially Serato. Tevika, being the son of Serato Kairu was pure evil. Draman was just a savage warrior. Serato was pure evil. The gods said, no, we will not be helping you. We don't care. You're a Kairu. Tevika tried his hardest to convince him that he was not like his father. But ultimately, one thing would lead to another. Right? And this is where Tevika's story takes a turn, right? Whew, okay. So let me get a picture of Tevika real quick. I wanted to find a. Okay, this will do. Because if you look at Tevika Kairu on like the internet, you'll get them. You'll get them for real. But here you go. So this is Tevika Kairu, and as you can see, yes, the intent was starting to look like this, but there's a reason why. Not only was Serato's wife so sick that no mortal cure could help her. No medicine on the mortal plane could help her. But this disease was so focused on ending her, it ended her soul. Let me say it again. The disease ended her soul. So let me put this in the perspective, right? We know that cancer eats at the cells, right? It eats at the cells. This disease eats at the cells of yourself. Physical, it eats at everything, every metric of your existence. It eats at the spiritual, physical, mental. So you deteriorate in all three planes of existence. Yes, this disease was so bad. And it just so happened that Taviga's mother, Serato's wife, was hit with this. The wife of a Kairu. She had nothing to do with the wars. Nothing to do with the Kairu Empire. She was just married into the family. She just held their last name. Right? And Taviga crashes out. He unleashes fury. So by this time, it can be debated that because of the fury of Taviga, that he could probably go on a rampage, right? But that's not what he did. That's not what he did. His first target, Taviga Kairu's first target, was his father. This is how the battle went. This is how the battle went right here. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Dude, what is my computer doing? Let me show you. This right here is how Taviga versus Serato went. Yeah, it's basically like Tekken, right? Kazuya versus Heihachi, right? And these two conflicts actually kind of lined up pretty well, right? Kazuya Mishima in Tekken believes that Heihachi Mishima killed, Kazuya's mother, right? Wrongfully. And for some reason, Heihachi didn't even tell him the truth, right? Taviga saw that Serato's reluctance and refusal to help and his focus on getting total dominion over Universe 7 led to his mother's death, right? It was just pure negligence. Wait. Okay, sorry, I'm tweaking. Negligence, I think. I don't. You guys know the word. You guys know the word, okay? But yeah, just he didn't even do anything about it. That is what Taviga was crashing out over. His father did nothing about his mother's sickness at all. He didn't end the wars. He didn't stop caring for power. He didn't even visit his wife. And she died. And there was no way to bring her back. So this is how Taviga changes as a person, right? He goes from this Saiyan who doesn't want to have anything to do with fighting other than if you're going to fight with a purpose, like defend your country or someone's picking on you, all that, right? Not fighting recklessly, right? And he goes haywire at this point. fucking haywire. His first target is his father, Sarado Kairu. They have that standoff. And Teviga, he is so filled with anger that the way he disposes of his father isn't really something that ends like right then and there, right? Because Teviga wanted Sarado to suffer for what he did. Because he felt the loss of his mother was so great on him, was so Sarado Kairu's fault. He wanted him to suffer in the worst way possible. So after Teviga just beat Sarado to a bloody pulp, the fight wasn't one-sided, by the way. It was a deadly struggle. It wasn't one-sided at all. But after that, Teviga locks Sarado in the core of the planet. And that's pretty much the like how it went. Sarado gets buried, locked beneath the core of the planet, and Teviga sees the end of the planet. He blows it up. And this made Teviga go on a path of vengeance, because he also saw that the gods were partially responsible for this too. And now Teviga is going forward with the mindset that you guys thought that I was like this, but no, I wasn't. But just to spite you guys, that's who I'm going to be. And that's what transformed Teviga. It was all out of spite. And Teviga is way more akin to the Teviga you see on screen. I mean, like he's unhinged. He's just like full of malice and anger right now, right? And all this malice and anger transforms him. You know, he trains ruthlessly with the image of his mother in his head, ruthlessly training, ruthlessly, no stop. He does everything in his power. It is like supreme, like laser focus, pure willpower, pure focus. He trains and trains and trains, and eventually he hits a cap, right? So if I want to put this into perspective, I'd say at this time, by sheer willpower and all that has, right? He was probably like the unstoppable force, right? And he was pretty much like ready, right? So what the seed of Diaferna does, right? Diaferna, right? What it does is that it feeds on grief. That is what the seed of Diaferna does. Because it originates from the root of evil itself, Nibiru, as we can probably tell, right? Nibiru, because she has an association with the demon realm, yet she exists outside. So, you know, she's like the Satan of the verse, right? The seed of Diaferna is what triggers Teviga's growth, like transcendence, right? Because around this time, here, let me put it into like perspective for you, right? So around this time, Teviga was in terms of classification, he was a Jiren in terms of a strength classification, right? He was a Jiren. You know, he he was said to be stronger than gods, and his fury was on display. But when the seed of Diaphyrna within him, his Kyruian essence, it made him transcend mortalhood. But the term godhood doesn't really fit with how he has ascended, right? So he's pretty much the antithesis of what like the destroyer gods, creation gods, what they stand for. So by being a Kairu, with his grief being fed on by the seed of Diaphyrna, he becomes a Titan. His willpower, his focus, his anger, his yearning for vengeance and blood, all that. The seed of Diaphyrna, his Kyruian essence, fed on those feelings and fed on his willpower, fed on his spirit, yearning for vengeance. It put him at the level, the classification of Jiren. Of course, he had the strength to a monster in the mortal plane, a Titan. That is the Kyruian essence, right? That's how important it is. Right. So by this point, we have a event that occurs. If I can find it, then I'll be more than happy to show you it. But it's called the Great Split, right? The Great Split. So we have our classification of Titans, right? Teviga wasn't the first Titan. All right, he wasn't one of the first Titans, but his grandfather did mingle in that area. He really wasn't. He was an outlier even to the Titan classification, right? He had the strength for it, but he was never really in that entourage of Titans, right? Because there were Titans other than like we have the Teviga, we have like Draman, all that shit, right? There were others, all right? And because there's another party involved in like some of the lore, like now, there's gonna be holes in this segment, so just bear with me, right? But we have an event called the Great Split, and the Great Split is very, very important because the clash between brothers, right? So we have Teviga Kairu going haywire, basically, right? He's going haywire, and the only one who can really stop him on his plan. So by this time, Teviga's preparing to go to war with the gods at this time. And he loved doing many things, right? One of the things he loved doing was blacksmithing, right? Now, Saiyans don't really use weapons that much. We see like early Saiyans like using like daggers and shit like that. But Teviga around this time, he loved making just weapons like battle axes, sword and shit like that. Teviga, and it is said in lore that he compressed stardust and residue of dying stars, nebulas, all that shit. The events of supernovas. He compressed all that. He made it into an alloy with his strength. He made the events of dying stars, residue of dead stars, nebulas, all that. He made it into an alloy. and he made what is named the Titan Slayer. And I'm going to show you guys what the Titan Slayer looks like. Or if I can, well, there's two images that exist of the Titan Slayer, but I want to find it on my own here. Hold on. So we have this right here. It doesn't already exist in my library. Image file. Here we go. Yeah. So look, that sparkly sword right there. I think I also have like a manga panel of it too. I'm not sure, but that right there is the Titan Slayer. That is made of Star Rises due the event of dying stars, nebulas, and all that, and just Stardust Amber. He made an alloy of it, sheer strength. That is what from the Titan Slayer, and he would use his weapon to bring about the war between him and the whole cast, the whole roster of gods. Doesn't matter if you're a creation Kai, doesn't matter if you're a god of destruction, and he wanted to smoke with the angels too. And I'm gonna let you guys know right now, that's a terrible idea. Because that would bring about earlier Armageddon. Now, you guys don't know what Armageddon means yet. Well, some of you do. Some of you know what Armageddon means. But basically, everything was in jeopardy when Teviga was preparing. And his brother, Barisia, said, no, this is a terrible idea. You're doing this over a selfish purpose, right? A selfish purpose. And it can't pass. Teviga is reluctant. He does not want anything to do with Barisia's words. Knowing that Barisia and Teviga loved Mother very much, Barisia did not process and transform this anger and grief like Teviga did. And it's because of Serato. Now I personally believe because when it comes to this other party, Antiverse, as you guys have heard, Antiverse, because he did create like he had some creativity under the idea of the Titans, right? And he expanded on the Titan lore. He made Barisia, and all that. I forgot my train of thought. I forgot it. But yeah. Jesus. Yeah. So look, that is that, right? So Barisia does not want Teviga to go and kill himself and be selfish because he's angry and he wants to go to war with gods. All that, right? He doesn't want that, and so Teviga now wants to smoke with Barisia. If you're gonna get in my way, so be it, right? So they fight. And we actually see a little bit of this in Dragon Ball Super Simps episode like 20, right? Hold on, let me see. Dragon Ball Super Simps. Where is it? It's like it's in the 20s. Hold on, give me a second. Uh, 21. Here we go. All right, I'm ready. Let me see. Also, if you want to contact me, my Discord, in the chat right here, if you have Discord. But yeah, my Discord is this. right? Okay. So, here. Let me actually add this to stage, right? So because you guys can't hear this, I'm gonna put on mute also. Right, but we see in Dragon Ball Super Sims a little bit of Taviga and like Barisia's like great split. All right, so there's like Barisia right there. He's a brother, and like this is why I say that that Serrato's wife, did another Saiyan, right? And had Barisia, right? Yeah, you can tell the difference, right? Between the two. Fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. See, right? Go back. God damn it! I keep missing it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep missing it. Right? Yeah. So look, Taviga and Barisia. The two Saiyan brothers. In the Titan range of strength. Right? So yeah, again, we actually see a little bit of their history and like how they came up. As you can see, like this is like a representation of how like ruthless Taviga was, right? This is how strong he was. He was just a dominion over like entire life forms at this point. So what happened is that we'll get to this later, or actually we'll get to that in the future. Actually, we'll get to that in the future, right? But the great split, Taviga and Barisia. This is how it went. Right? So they're fighting. Taviga wants to go to war, but Barisia will not let him without a fight. Taviga is selfish. He wants blood. He wants destruction. But Barisia tells Taviga he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know the implications. Taviga tells him he does know the implications. And he doesn't care. And so Taviga ends up like Serrato. He has no regards. Well, in like we can make the comparison that yeah, Taviga and Serrato are similar in that aspect. But Serrato loved it because it was funny. He just wanted strength. He wanted all of that for the love of the game. Taviga did it for vengeance, right? But it all pales when you think about that. Taviga and Serrato disregard family for what they want to do, right? They throw family to the side for their ends, right? And that's what spawns the conflict. And as you can see, we have like the inner Kyrian essence of Barisia, all that, right? And I did say that the Diaferna seed, Kyrian essence, feeds on grief and things of that nature, negative emotions, right? It feeds on the extreme ends of that and conflict and all that. And there's very specific times where it does, because you need a certain threshold to reach that, right? And it doesn't really end well for Taviga, because it's more of an inconvenience. So let's just watch how this goes down, right? Barisea is powering up, transforms into a Super Saiyan. Right? And the fight intensifies. It goes on and on and on. Where's my phone, by the way? God damn it! Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's my phone. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, they keep fighting on. Yeah, right. Forsaken Titan. So there's a lot of ways that we can interpret that. But how I see it is that Barisea was forsaken by Taviga, his brother. Now there's going to be a general consensus on this because there are two parties involved when it comes to a storyline like this, especially with Taviga's like this piece of Taviga's past. There are two stories involved in this. Sorry, two parties. Right. And this conflict causes the Great Split. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, no. Actually, I want to show you guys this. This is crazy. Let me show you guys the power of Titans real quick. This is how strong Titans are. This right here is how strong Titans are. Look, this is the strength, right? So let's analyze this real quick. We have Super Saiyan Barisea, and we have Red Mist Taviga. They're dead even. They are dead even right now. Barisea needs Super Saiyan, but in terms of general strength, they are dead even because of Taviga's Red Mist. And you guys can probably guess what Red Mist does, right? But look, they're dead even. Super Saiyan Barisea versus Taviga using the Red Mist, right? That is a Kairouian technique. So look. They clash. Boom. They go into the super dimension. They go into the super dimension. Hold on. Give me a second. DBZ super dimension. Yeah, they go into the dimension of strange swirling lights. This is the power of the Titans. Because they're able to clash. Because this is the first time. Well, okay, not the first time, right? But the first time that Oh my god, invalid file type. Are you serious? Hold on, just give me a second, bro. Right. Okay. So yeah, this right here, they enter this space right here. They enter this space. And it's crazy because we see them clash. And then we see Gogeta. Why do we see Gogeta? And yeah, this actually supports that that Dragon Ball Savior has a different contextual canon that sorry, I'm trying to figure out a way to put this. Dragon Ball Savior has a different contextual canon than what we see on TV, right? We've seen Dragon Ball Z, we've seen Dragon Ball Super, we've seen Dragon Ball GT, and we've seen the movies. But Dragon Ball Savior, in its entirety, in its essence, it draws from a hybrid canon. So this is what like supports that, right? Because you see, Gogeta has a orange vest, right? He has an orange vest. But yeah, sorry. Let me get back on topic, right? Let me get back on topic. So Barisia and Taviga clash. They clash fists. Boom. And so they're in the same dimension of swirling lights as these two. These two end up fighting the future. Literally fighting the future. So, symbolically, what that means to me is that, yes, it fits well with the context of what the battle is about, and its consequences. If Taviga did go through with what he was planning without any input from Barisia or Barisia trying to clash with him or anything like that, nothing, right? Then the world would plunge into a early Armageddon. The future is or was at stake in that battle. And Barisia, by proxy, he did save the future. But with this battle, they are fighting the future. Literally, they are fighting the future. What I mean by that, well, it's actually pretty simple. It's because of the consequences of Armageddon. Now, Armageddon as a concept, it's inevitable. Armageddon must happen in Dragon Ball Savior. It must happen. No one knows when. No one knows how it's going to happen. No one even knows if it's going to happen. But Armageddon is said to must happen. It is a mandatory event that must happen. And Taviga and Barisia are fighting for. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. I keep messing up. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, Taviga and Barisia are literally fighting for the future. I actually forgot where I was going with that. But I think I already said it. Did I? Yeah. I said it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. It has been almost 2 hours. Oh. Just give me a second, real quick. Okay, so yeah, I've been talking for like 2 hours straight. Sorry, guys, but yeah, that is the great split. Actually, I didn't even like show you guys like the great split that happened. Give me a second. So, yeah, so they're fighting for and against the future. Taviga unknowingly fighting against the future and bringing about Armageddon early. He's going to destroy the future. Barisa is fighting for the future. Yeah, so they clash again. And that right there is the great split right there. That's a great split. Now, you guys are going to get more information on what happens in relation with the Kairos and the rest of the Super Sims cast and in later seasons, like season 3 or 4, right? Because lore, right? Lore. That's pretty much the reason why. But yeah. Oh my god, get fucking load your god for shit, bro. Right? So yeah. That is the great split, and that is a result of Taviga's negligence, like neglecting his family's like safety and all that by jeopardizing them with early Armageddon. So the Titan Slayer shatters, and the two part ways. So it's pretty linear from there. Taviga, with all his preparation time and things of that nature, he's kind of just at this demotivated state right now. Hold on, I'm trying to like visualize the entire like Savior timeline in my head right now, because there's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things. Right. So we fast forward, throughout time, and as we fast forward, we have Taviga doing, what he does, because he's just become this person that, yeah, his plans have have foiled, and his brother stopped him. You guys can argue that he can just do it again now that Barisi is gone, but there's a reason why he does not do it again. He does not prep again for the war against gods while Barisia is gone and out of commission. And that is because Barisia had a point in his eyes. He had a point. But Teviga will never admit that. But Barisia did have a point. He took what he said, thought about it, and laid low. Sure, Teviga became a something akin to a natural force, but he never ultimately did what he did. In the back of Teviga's mind, he knew that the time would come for that. The time would come. All right. So, hold on, give me a second. All right. I hope you guys did not hear that. I don't think you guys heard that. Hold on. All right. So let's get down to business, right? So we are way past the point of the great split. Teviga's doing what he does. He lays low. He's still a natural force. He's like fucking everything up. He's just, but he has ambitions, getmoney.com, right? And I actually have an event for this on DBZ. I think it was the let me see, Invasion of Planet Sadala. Right? Let me actually paste this on the other tab right here. We have the Invasion of Planet Sadala. Fuck, bro. Okay, here, here, right? Hold on, wait. Let me see. Excuse me. But yeah, this is the Invasion of Planet Sadala. So, I think we can go in here. I don't know what I wrote, but this is there's right. So look, the invasion of Universe 6 is a conflict coordinated and conducted by Teviga Kairu as he begins to spread the political entity known as the Kairu Federation. The Kairu Federation. I read to add this in like what I was teaching you guys, but Teviga, he took everything Serato had after he killed him. Everything. He had the Kairu Empire and made it into a superpower, like a superpower way beyond what Serato could have ever dreamt of doing. Because Teviga at this time, he was a certified Titan. He was the Titan. Teviga was John Titan at this time. Well, Teviga and Barisia, right? Oh my god, I hate DBZ Amino. Fuck out of here, right? So look, yeah. So he begins to spread the political entity known as the Kairu Federation rapidly in the northern region of the universe. The crisis began at age 670. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, and I'm going to kill you for it, right? I'm going to kill you for it, okay? Do not laugh at that. Don't laugh at that, okay? Right? Age 670. Had a slow start, but intensified through the demand of technological evolution, caused by the invasion, as many civilizations began to combat the threat desperately. As Kairu Federation forces began to enter the home galaxy of planet Sadala, tensions rise and a kind of Cold War is created between the intergalactic nation of the Kairu Federation and the monarchy present in planet Sadala. That means Taviga and the king of planet Sadala. And there's like Sadala and all the other planets, the conglomerate of everyone else in Universe 6 versus the Kairu Federation. So this is a large universe scale war right here. So, and 670, right? It's like a 100-year like Cold War, right? It lasts for 100 years. Let me clear something up real quick, because I know that I said that Draman existed in the he existed before the Super Saiyan God times, right? And Sarada was getting closer to that, right? I'm sorry that I did not address the Super Saiyan God stuff yet. But basically, Taviga does what he does, and I did discuss how he gets that power, like his willpower, like sheer focus. He does everything in his power to get stronger in all metrics. And, he delves into some immortality to make sure his strength lasts as he transcends with his Kairu essence. So yeah, sorry. I forgot to clear that up, right? Taviga Kairu is immortal, right? And there is a reason why Barissia is still around-ish, right? But yeah. So also Taviga and Barissia, yeah, they split off completely. So Barissia is like somewhere else totally. Like 1,000 years past, but there is a reason why Barissia isn't dead, right? He's not dead because he's not really akin to a time that exists anymore, right? So look, got that out the way. Taviga's immortal. That's why he lives like a K years training and shit, and like doing all the side quests and shit like that, right? On age 778, Taviga announced liberation to be in effect in planet Sadala as KF forces begin to invade this celestial body by portal and entry through atmosphere with warships and space pods. All that shit, right? They even had Universe 7's help. Universe 7's help with combating the Kairu Federation. And that's very, very, very important, because that emphasizes the power in which the Kairu Federation holds. Because not only did Sadala and neighboring like civilizations and colonies in the galaxy help against KF, but an entirely different entity from another universe, a Universe 7 force, came into the fray against Kairu Federation. That is how powerful this force is. So Taviga won in the end. Hold on, Taviga won in the end, right? And minor casualties and losses because people rebel no matter what, right? But they won. And Taviga, being the menace he is now, like you guys have seen, like this dude's like completely unhinged. He's a menace. By some miracle, he signs a peace treaty. So long as the Kairu Federation grows exponentially in power. All right? That is what Taviga was doing. That is pretty much like what he was doing post Great Split, and just working on stacking his money. Okay, he was stacking his money. Okay. Just give me a second. Right? Okay. So yes, we do fast forward through that whole thing. We see like a glimpse of Taviga doing something in Universe 6 because he does traverse universes like 6 and 7, right? Don't fucking laugh at that. Don't fucking laugh at that shit, okay? Please don't. Right? Yeah. So yeah. We fast forward into Dragon Ball Savior, into the beginning of Dragon Ball Savior. And Dragon Ball Savior is where Taviga, we see a side of Taviga that he's like settled down, but he's still on his demon timing a little bit, right? And here, let me see if I can go back to what I think we have a chapter in here. That hold on. To Break a Diamond, I think it was or it was probably Devils of a Mortal Plane. I had to find the fucking thing. God damn it! Where is the fucking? I can't fucking find it. I don't know why I can't find it. Oh my god. But yeah. Fucking Jesus. Hold on. God damn it, my fucking shit is fucking. Yo, what's up, Anti? But yeah, Taviga and Yaki Kairu do have relations with one another at this time. Yaki becomes a Kairu like when they meet, right? Not a Kairu because I'll tell you guys this. Kairu wives, it is very, 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 very rare for anyone who is married into the Kairu family to have the perks of being a Kairu. Very rare. And the one case we see this is with Sarato's wife. That is the case. That we see. I think her name was Romina or something, right? But yeah, Brisia's mom, Taviga's mom, right? That is the case where a wife does have Kairu in essence. Because that is what spawned and made Brisia, right? Because there's no way that I'm trying to find like the articulation for this. literally, what happened, right? You know, Shirato and her did their biz, and she her body picked up on his essence, right? Okay. Okay. Um, I guess what you could really say, the residual energy reserves, right? Because I guess that is what forms, even if it's like a marginal amount, right? There's energy reserves and life force at the conception stage, right? Like within a mother, right? So that is how Teviga's mother had a Kairu without a man who was a Kairu, right? Because she became a Kairu because she gave birth to one, right? Yeah, the double gene's too strong, way too strong. And I think that's also the headcanon for like Heihachi and Kazumi, or like how I have no idea. I think she was just a demon, like her own little demon, like but yeah, yeah, that is the only case where a someone who is married into the Kairu family has become a Kairu. But unfortunately, she didn't have really much time, in the mortal plane to manifest her power or whatever like that because she had a disease. But yeah. Oh yeah, way too taxing because, and it's actually really ironic. It's actually really ironic because the origin of the Kairu essence is from like a woman figure. It's very ironic. But yeah, for any other female, very very taxing. They don't really articulate the Kairu essence quite like how the males do. It's very different, very different. Because of course there are female like Kairus, right? And there's like females who are married into. I guess I could let this one slip. Yaki Kairu to an extent. Yeah, kind of had the same situation with Teviga's mother. But yeah. So we fast forward to planet Abora. Teviga arrives on Abora. No one knows how he got there. No one knows. No one even notices until it's too late. And well, when you have a force like Teviga, a walking natural force, what are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do, right? Of course they don't really say nothing to Teviga, but they kind of let him exist, right? Without trying to like put themselves in jeopardy, right? Right. So Teviga gets married to Yaki. Yaki becomes Yaki Kairu, and they give birth. They give birth. She gives birth to two children, right? Juko and Dagon. Just make you seem caring because he's just, yeah. Yeah, dude, that Mangeese is a menace. He is a menace. I don't know what chapter this was. It was probably in chapter 20. No, 20 is when we there we go. Okay, so this is where I wanted to kind of like shed light on like what Teviga was doing on Abora. So as I said before, Teviga was on demonic timing. Not as much as he was during, or as he was before the Great Split, because he had that fresh anger in his mind, even though it was like years and years of training, right? Years and years of training. He still has ulterior like motives. So this is what spawns the power vacuum on Abora. Teviga, and it says here, Teviga, basically what it says is that he goes to the Parliament Tower of Abora and meets with Don Tuslet. He is a official, right? And he has a pretty good amount of control of Abora's ambitions, right? Very important figurehead, right? And Teviga Kairu wants business with Don Tuslet, right? By this point, by the way, the last name trend is not exclusive to the Kairus at this point, but the Kairus actually mean something. So yeah, he wants business. He wants business with Don Tuslet, right? And it regards Abora, right? Teviga wants to absorb planet Abora into his Kairu Federation superpower. That is what he wants. Because that is the type of timing he's been on for all these years. Post Great Split. So he asks for them to concede. The two are hoping that this can go without any blood being spilled, right? Ultimately, it doesn't, because Don Tuslet says the wrong thing. And the aftermath of that, basically, Teviga blicked him. That is what basically happened. It says here that Don Tuslet's defiance had been noble but futile. His refusal was not met with words but with force. And he was put in the waste facility of Abora. Now, how Abora went along with this, you can interpret that they already knew what the deal was, because they rule it as a suicide, which is very, very, very weird, right? Very weird. Because it's not really common at this time for Saiyans to like just commit fucking suicide and shit like that, right? So this right here is what spawns the power vacuum between every official, everyone who wants to climb the top on the Abora ranks, right? On planet Abora. So this is where my boy King Ragus comes into play. Okay, Tough Central. Okay. Let me pull up a picture of him. Oh my God, Jesus! Did I really just lose a picture of King Ragus in my own fucking library? Okay, here we go. Yeah, Tough Max, King Ragus, right? He becomes king with this power vacuum because Don Tuslet is gone. This leads for the current king to be like, "Hey, I'm done with this shit. Y'all can deal with it on your own," right? Ragus ascends. He takes advantage of this power vacuum. He becomes king. and he gives a speech, right? He says, the throne will need a successor, right? One who won't bow, one who won't tremble at shadows. The Kairus to Vega, whoever they are, whatever they want, it doesn't matter. They think we're pawns, but this world, this throne will be mine. And I'll use it to crush anyone who dares dictate our future. So this dude's on some pseudo Dark Raiden type shit. So he's basically like, hold on. He's chatting like this right now, bro. Hold on, let me. Oh my god, bro! Why is my computer doing this? Yeah. He's chatting like this right now. He's chatting like this right now. Okay. And I'm sorry. This Dark Raiden render is so fucking funny. Bro. Yeah, he's basically chatting like this right now. He's like, yo, anyone who gets in our way, you're getting blicked up, bro. No quarter given. And so that is how Ragus ascends to kingship, right? And as I said before, this is how the exile protocol rolls out. Yo, I was so done with that. That is the timing that he's on right now. So yeah, this does spawn the exile protocol. And wow, you guys have not seen a picture of Juko yet, haven't you? I've been talking about Juko and shit. You guys have not seen it. Here's what I'm gonna do, right? I don't have a picture of Kid Juko, but I do have a picture of his current shit right now, right? He got to be top one. No. Let me see. Where is he? Where are you, boy? I'm not gonna lie, I was about to put hentai on the screen. I'm about to get fucking banned. Boom. Okay, so yeah, this is Juko Kairo, all right? Signature, he has long hair, like Taviga, as most Kairus do. Draman had long hair, but it got cut a little short, like near the end of his lifespan. Serato had like long hair, as you've seen before. Taviga has long hair. Juko has long hair, right? So yeah, this is Juko Kairo right here, and he is our savior, right? He is the savior. He is the one Zalama chose to carry on the will of him because of Nabir's move to manifest in the mortal world, right? This is him right now, right? This is Juko Kairo. Oh my god, Jesus, the whiting, like. Okay, but look, yeah, Juko Kairo, right? So he is the savior. He is the savior of Universe 7, and he is the savior of prophecy that one would, he's gonna fight in Armageddon, right? Like we all know this, right? We all know this. But the reason ultimately why Juko was the target of the exile protocol was not because he was just weak, but it was deliberate. in his conception that his Kairuian essence would be tanked. Okay? That is the work of Zalama. Zalama did that. And as I've said before, that is the get back of the pact between Draman and Nibira. So because Nibira extended her hand like to Draman, right? And she had like she kind of had a seed in place for the mortal realm. Zalama decided that he would do something like that by deliberately, tanking Juko's essence as a Kairu. And thus that set up like his destiny pretty much. So eye for an eye in the lens of the battle between Nibira and Zalama. All right, that is how Juko Kairu came to be. So, hold on. Let me get a picture of Yaki Kairu, right? So Yaki Kairu, she is, or no, she was a part of the military, right? For planet Abora, like the Aborian Sands. She was married to Taviga. She had Dagon and Juko. When the murder of Don Tilsit happened, Taviga was out of there. He was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. He was pretty much a ghost. So was Dagon. That's what hurt Yaki Kairu the most. One of her sons was gone. And one of her sons was targeted. And the Aborians were very smart about that. They were very, very smart about what they were doing. Because they apprehended Yaki Kairu when her son was taken away from her. Let me see. Was it chapter 2 or 4 that I discussed that in? Give me a second. Man, discard the changes. I didn't change anything in this chapter. What are you on Wattpad? Like, what? Come on, bro. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Chapter 2, I think it was. Yeah. No, it was chapter 4. But it was a little excerpt, right? It was a little excerpt that appeared for 2 seconds, right? So, right? So it reads, Juko's exile was a scar that ripped through Yaki Kairu's very soul. The weight of it crashed down on her shoulders, suffocating her in waves of rage, betrayal, and desperation. Her own flesh and blood, her son, had been torn from her arms, cast into the void, labeled as weak, unworthy by the very government she had fought for. And yeah, we have mentions of the exile protocol, a law that saw Juko as nothing more than a defect, a statistic in Ragas's agenda to create the perfect Saiyan race. Yeah, and it says she was struck down by Aborian military forces, and not only was it personal, it was institutional, and the very race she bled for had been turned on her. And yeah, the Aborian prison. It reads the infernal stalactite. Stalactite. Okay, the infernal stalactite. Yeah, I think I said before that she was just in this structure. And all of her time within this structure was to slowly wither away. This structure literally drained her of her life force slowly. It tortured her. Every single day, she would go to sleep on the last legs of life. And tomorrow, repeat. Tomorrow, repeat. Da, da, da. For 10 years. For 10 years, this happened. And it wasn't until her best friend, the woman who served alongside her in the Aborian military, Edai, made a plan, finally, after 10 years, to break her out. All right. So, chat, I'm going to be right back. All right. You set out something real quick, and I'll be with you guys afterwards. So, I mean, hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to be right back. Ooh, okay. We're back, guys. We are back in business, I believe. Okay. So, for recap, we have Yaki Kairu. When Juko was taken away from her, she was shot down strategically and sentenced to no, she was imprisoned for 10 years. Her sentence, you might as well say it was forever, right? It was forever. She was never getting out of there until Edai came along. And I'll show you a picture of Edai because Edai isn't really that popular. Not even to me. She's not even that popular, right? But her best friend in the military force, Edai, right? This one right here. She's pretty cool, pretty cool. Unique color scheme. Okay, right? She was Yaki Kairu's saving grace, and together they fought against the Aborian military. So it says here, and I actually want to read this with you guys because it's very important. So yeah, if I can like, no, not on here, not here, on here actually, right? So, right, the prison built in the stalactite formations of Abora was notorious for its ironclad defenses and its terrible walls. It was a cold, brutal structure designed to break even the strongest sane spirits. Yaki Abora said herself. Yep. She would burn Abora to the ground if it meant reclaiming her son. Now, at this time, Zuko is long gone. He's long gone. And 10 years have passed. So Idai's plan, 10 years have passed. And Idai, let me give you guys a picture of what I would compare her to, right? This is who I would compare Idai to. Hold on. This is Idai, basically. She is a mad woman. She is utterly insane in the brain. Though like obviously vastly more articulate than Brian, because I mean, if you wanted to have Brian in the military, he just would kill everybody. Like really, like he does not give a shit, right? But obviously, Idai is more articulate and more developed in the brain than Brian, right? Or she's probably just not that sadistic, like murderous, like bastard, like Brian is. But yeah, that is who Idai is, right? She's a fucking mad woman. Okay. Yeah, she had served alongside Yaki for years, and if there was one thing Idai was loyal to, it was her friend. No one touched Yaki Kairu without dealing with Idai first. And yeah, that's pretty much the point where she plans like vengeance on the Aborian military by breaking Yaki out, right? So step one, break in like a phantom, because throughout 10 years, she knows like everything there is to know about, like, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, look at the chat. Yeah, he's gonna release the use of law. Exactly. That is like Brian. Like if Brian was in the military, he's packing everyone up. He does not care. But yeah. Yeah, so her plan, break in, because like 10 years working at this place. Right? Boom. Cause a distraction. All right. And then free her. So she did plan this for 10 years, and it was a little tricky because this was a gamble even with this amount of planning. That's how locked down this like facility was. But ultimately they get out. So Yaki's cell door blasted open. Yep. About time you showed up. And yeah, this is when Yaki and Idai fight the military. So as I've said before, the span of a couple years after the destruction of Vegeta, when the Exodus O2 Saiyans found Abora, right, and all the way to mid GT is a substantial growth of strength and prowess and technological evolution. And I do have drafts, like physical and digital drafts of like the intricacies and like how articulate like this technological growth is, but keep it short, they got hella strong. And I'm going to say this again. A average Saiyan grunt, a Super Saiyan 3 level, like average Saiyan grunt on Abora is as strong as Vegeto's prowess in the Buu Saga. That's not a joke. And there's one thing that can account for that. It's because on Abora, there was a let me show you. Oh my god. I want to show you this again because I do want to keep going back to this this place because this is the only piece I've drawn with like some like a huge semblance of lore. Like this piece right here. Let me remove this from the studio. There we go. Yeah. This right here. Oh, let me not like cause actual destruction to this tab, right? This right here, right? We see two Aborian Saiyans training, right? And you see the background. That is their little pocket dimension. That is basically the Room of Spirit and Time Part 2. That's why they grew so strong. On average, they are Vegito Buu Saga level. On average, with Super Saiyan 3. And that's not even talking about lieutenants, not talking about colonels, generals, commanders, or King Ragus himself. That is like that is, well, it's a little over private. I mean, like private, like Super Saiyan 2 level, right? Like Super Saiyan 2 Goku level, like Buu Saga, right? But like the people on the field have a very, very monstrously high power level. All right, and this is a testament because at this time they already had Super Saiyan 3 mainstream for all like the grunts and like below lieutenants and colonels. Super Saiyan 3, like it was mandatory to perfect Super Saiyan 3 at this time. Mandatory. So here, let's get into detail. So yeah, they fight against the military, Yaki and Idai. I think I said Yaki was like a lieutenant. I actually forgot what Idai was, but she did serve, and then she's like discharged honorably, right? So you could probably say they were both like lieutenants. I don't fucking know, but yeah, or relative, right? So they fight against the entire military, right? And it says here that Idai in the fight and guards. Yeah, Idai has Super Saiyan Blue. It says here Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. She has Super Saiyan Blue. So by this time, these characters do have these transformations. And if it's mainstream mandatory for grunts to perfect Super Saiyan 3, then blue amongst colonels, lieutenants, and all of that, it like that was already like built within the code, like the fighting like mandatory like just guidelines, you know. So yeah, and there was also sprinkles of like level 4 Saiyans, like Super Saiyan 4 Saiyans. I wouldn't really call it level 4. I mean, like, but bear with me, right? Super Saiyan 4s, Super Saiyan Gods, Blues, and Blue Evolutions, right? There's only like one, right? There's only one, but you'll figure out who that is, right? So Blue, okay, Idai, and then Yaki. I think Yaki's like a Super Saiyan. I think around this time she's still a Super Saiyan. She goes Super Saiyan God, I think. In the story, where is she? Oh my god, I can't find it. Okay, yeah. Super Saiyan Blue, right? Okay, so I think they all go blue, but in the general long battle of this event, Idai is Super Saiyan Blue, Yaki's a Super Saiyan God. and then like Surias like joins with them and like goes blue also because they gang up on Potash. I mean, like he's literally like a fucking augmentation, like nigga, right? He's a fucking augmentation. Let me actually show you like his render. This is Potash. He has his battle prowess as someone above like the colonels and lieutenants, but not quite like up there. But he's fucking like monstrously strong. Right? So this is Potash right here. Yeah. So they all jump Potash, right? He loses obviously because he's fighting like 3 Super Saiyan fucking blues. Yeah, they progress. They progress along battle before King Ragus, right? Before King Ragus. Let me go through the chapter. I think it was Rebel 2 we first saw Ragus. Oh no, so this is the long battle. This right here is the long battle. Oh, who added me? Oh, okay. Yeah, this right here is the long battle right here. Yeah, Pirates like a sub boss. This is a long battle. And so they just like fucking destroy everyone. Right? Shit like that. Another wave of soldiers. So these are like a bunch of Super Saiyan 3 level like grunts, a bunch of Buu Saga level threats, right? And Yaki just clears them all. So there's Suraya, so there's Idai. So they're well above that, right? And then they reach Ragus here at the bottom. Hold on. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, Rebel 3, the final. Oh my god, yes, leave the fucking page. Like, what do you want me to do? Right? So yeah. Ragus at this point, he's waiting for them, and he is in Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. The king has Blue Evolution. So how are they gonna beat this guy? Well, they jump him. Takes a while, but they get the job done, right? So Yaki going in Super Saiyan God, Ragus and Blue, because Yaki's a little reluctant to depend on the God forms. The God forms in Dragon Ball Savior actually have like a really specific utility for them, so it's not like just some like metric of power, right? They have a use. Like sure they have power, but they have a use, right? And so she's reluctant to like use this power. All she knows is Super Saiyan God. She never wanted to go blue, like ever. She never wanted to go blue. I mean, she hasn't, but she doesn't like the God forms at all. Idai goes blue, Surayas goes blue, and they all jump him. They struggle a lot. And we actually find out she has blue. Because of her rage. She doesn't want to like use blue, but she needs the power, right? And yeah. They beat Ragus. They defeat him. They kill him. And it's over. And so that's pretty much the Exile Rebellion saga of Dragon Ball Savior. You know, they reach King Ragus. King Ragus is like the pinnacle of Aborian Saiyan power. Like he is the face of what the Saiyans have reached because of like their entire race had like a Zenkai. They're monstrously strong. Monstrously. And yeah, that's it. And Yaki just needs to get information. She eventually does get that information to find Juko, and ends up going on the planet, the Hellscape planet that Juko was sent to as a child. Right? And they meet Ryuja. Oh, no. This is like from Juko's perspective. Hold on. This is not it at all. Legacy of the Late page. Oh my goodness. Search. Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh my God, where is it? There we go. Yeah. They stood in silence because they investigate the planet that Juko was sent to, and they just find like the little data thing, right? NIM. I forgot what that stood for. Hold on. Oh, the neural interface module. Black Ops 3 shit. Basically, right? Yeah. So they see, or no, they rather hear the conversation of Ryuja and Juko, all that shit, and then Ryuja appears, talks, kind of taunts Yaki Kairu a little bit. And yeah. And so that ends the arc of the Exile Rebellion saga. That is when like they traverse and try to understand like the real world, like the real cosmological hierarchy of the world, right? Because not only is this realm outside of everything they've ever seen before or have heard of in Legends, Juko's here too. And he plays a very, very important role. And they slowly realize that. So yeah, that is the end of the Exile Rebellion arc. It's honestly crazy. The series is still going. I have a lot more shit to do. So yeah. Now that you guys are caught up to speed with Dragon Ball Savior, like the canon that is public, that I've wanted to show you guys for a while now, and I think I'll actually just like probably make a video, like explaining the canon, and shit like that. But yeah, basically like you guys know now, and I want to explore my Dream Arena comic with you guys. So yeah, I'll make a new video because I think hold on, let me actually look on my post here, right? I did promise you guys, and you two guys, I did promise you guys that 2 months ago, I promised you guys a video, and it still hasn't come out. And honestly, I made that announcement because I was kind of low key mad of certain individuals making assumptions. All right, I was very irritated. Right, I had my little eyes twitching and shit, like shit. Yeah, like it's just. Again, people who know about Savior know nothing about Savior. Like, bro, I can't take it. Right? So I was like, yeah, I'm going to make video, going to be addressing constant, baseless speculation regarding the lore, the character story, and shit like that. And I said it was a lingering annoyance that I have endured. many, many years. All right. Metal Shark flavor. Literally, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, and it was getting way out of hand to like people were like power scaling without any source material that wasn't even out yet. Just baseless assumptions. That's all it was, right? and they pass it in canon, right? They pass it for canon. They just had this build up of baseless assumptions. They pass it for canon. I'm tired of it, right? So yeah. So I'm gonna make a video on it. Probably this week or next week. And I promise, I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna get all this shit together. I'm gonna explain it in full detail, all that shit, right? So yeah. Yeah, well, welcome to my DeviantArt, guys. Welcome to my DeviantArt. I know you guys probably have not been bothered to look at this trash, right? But yeah, this is pretty much what I made in let me see. The webtoon originally released in 2023. Like the first episode of it was released in 2023, I think. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, sorry. August 2022. So yeah. We were on episode 1, 22. The original pages. Yeah. So yeah. And so Dragon Ball Dream Arena. If you guys don't know what Dream Arena is, it is literally like pre-Savior, right? It's pre-Savior. It's because I just wanted to get something out to my friends, like Kier and Tony and shit like that. And yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So yeah, let's dive right into it. So yeah, we have Universe 7. Age ? Because I knew nothing about what was going on, right? And in my drafts, I had nothing like solid. I had like a bunch of messy ass ideas, but yeah. So we are at the edge of the South area at this time. The realm that Ryuja and Yaki and company appear to, it actually was a planet like very, very distant from everything else back then. But this is gonna get retconned in the comic, I believe. Let me see. Or I might be articulating it the wrong way. That yes, it is a planet and it does exist, and they are on the planet, but the general realm, this planet does not equal like the realm mentioned in the story in Dragon Ball Savior. But yeah, so this is Planet Ryuja, I think, right? And I'm sorry, guys. You guys are gonna get a jump scare of like early TRJ art, where I didn't like really care that much, but I did care and I was getting better. Yeah, prepare for a jump scare, okay? Prepare yourself, bro. So it reads: the key of 2 warriors can be seen from the cosmos. Our soldiers awaiting to heed the call of the forces of light. Juko Kairu, the prophesied Messiah, has recently been encased in a stalagmite in an act of hibernation. Until the dawn of Armageddon, our heroes must act when end times draw near. The forces of light brace for impact. They are not unprepared. So yeah, so this is referring to the clash of well, I mean, like you can see it, right? I mean, like you can see like the blue and red. You can probably assume who is fighting on planet Ryuja, right? And yeah. Yeah. So sorry guys, jump scare of my early art where I was still trying to get a hold of this shit, right? So we have Yaki Kairu and then Idai. Yeah. So the general consensus on these 2 characters is that Idai is weaker than Yaki naturally. naturally in means of the narrative, right? So she's going to be by design always behind Yaki Kairu. So she needs to use blue for her Super Saiyan God, right? And yeah, you pretty much get the point, right? So yeah, they're training on planet Ryuja, and shit like that. Boom. Prepare themselves for combat, holding their power, increasing their chances to succeed. She charging a blast, and then she appears behind her, dodges, fuck no baby, right? And then boom, right? It's over. They train every day for every possible scenario, and this is very important because this carries over. This carries over, right? They train every day for every possible scenario to shift the tides in God's favor. So they're doing some serious training on Planet Ryuja. This is not Glaze. This needs to happen. What I will say though, in relevance to the beginning of their training, they aren't that far. They're only like a couple months in. But even with like these months of training, they've gotten like monstrously strong. Almost the amp between like the Aborian Saiyans, like old Vegeta to like mid GT, like that kind of like amp amount, like only in a couple months, right? So yeah, boom, right? And then she's like, damn, okay. She kind of like knocks her out of like Super Saiyan Blue and shit like that, right? And yeah, like I really just wanted to get something out because like the thought of like having your characters like articulated by yourself and drawn like being brought to life, it's fucking amazing, right? So yeah, boom, and it says here, this I think this is retconned a little bit of this is retconned, right? So Yaki and Idai served in the Saiyan Aborian military for 25 years. I used to call the planet Aboboria. That is what I used to call the planet, but I did shorten it, right? So Saiyan Aborian military for 25 years. Ever since the destruction of Vegeta, the undetected troops rebuilt a new era of Saiyans from the ashes. So you guys get the idea, even though that this is retconned, you guys get the idea that, yeah, Exodus 02 was the product of King Vegeta's like seeing through Frieza and what he was about. He made Exodus 02 and boom, yeah, ensure the future for the Saiyans, right? They lived their life being constantly reminded of their history, that they would always crave vengeance for the ones who fell before them. That isn't really their motive now in like the new Dragon Ball Savior, like the old one from 2022. They do not have this motive of vengeance and shit like that for against Frieza. They're just doing their own thing, really, trying to rebuild. Because they're much stronger, right? Than any Vegeta era, like for what could even be produced from the Vegeta era, they are way stronger than that. So they have no reason to harbor vengeance because they're pretty much already at the point where they could just wreck anyone, really. So yeah. And here's a highlight of Yaki Kairu. As I was talking about before, she doesn't really like Super Saiyan God or the God forms at all. But she says maybe this form isn't so bad after all. I was talking mad shit about it too. Yeah, she does talk shit about the God forms and yeah. Hold on, let me see. Dropped a couple pounds too, feeling way more swift. She likes how it feels, right? She's unsure, and she says something about the standard battle form. That's very important for Dragon Ball Savior lore, and that highlights like where the Saiyans are at. Right? The standard battle form. What does that mean? That's not just Super Saiyan. That's not just Super Saiyan. Right? So boom. So they say both of us, this is retcon. No, they're not new to Saiyan Godhood in the new Dragon Ball Savior, right? But back then in 2022, yes, they were pretty much new to Saiyan Godhood. I mean, like they've only had like a couple years with it. But yeah. And I kind of just wrote shit just to write shit, right? So I had Yaki say mad cuss clap, like just fucking rage baiting Edai and shit like that, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm not mad about anything. You got God form a couple of days ago, and now you think you're invisible. Do you have the slightest idea how much you have to learn? Rage baiting, right? And Edai's like locked in. Like she wants to train. She doesn't like any of this rage baiting shit and whatever. Right. And I just wanted to express this dynamic between Yaki and Edai way more. And it's way better. It's way better now than here, right? It still has this essence of like Yaki kind of fucking around, but now Edai is the one who's like fucking around more. And it's very controlled. So yeah. So as you can see, it's a testament of like how bad like this writing kind of was. But it's like, yeah, good. Your silence serves well for both of us. Yagi's like, how about you suck me? Hey, you don't got asked twice. What do you mean by that? Kind of just like bickering. Kind of like how like teen boys do a little bit. But yeah. But yeah, it's like Master Ryuja. It's like, why the fuck are these niggas such children? What the fuck is this? Shit like that. Just another day at the office. Shit like that. Yeah. So yeah, he's pretty much like fed up with them, right? So boom. If you're done yapping at me, Edai, we should get back to me beating your ass. So yeah, these two have a clear rivalry. All right. Undying. Ryuja moves closer. She bursts back into Super Saiyan. Yaki's in Super Saiyan God. Then boom, Ryuja intervenes. Right? His speed's crazy. His speed is absolutely crazy. Hold on, because I do not know what comes next after this, so I'm actually gonna tab out of that real quick. Oh, never mind. Just some agenda art. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just some agenda art. Yeah. So yeah, that is episode 1 of Dream Arena, and that was the old that was a really old shit, old concepts that are very much retconned now, but there is some semblance of them still here. As a matter of fact, I actually want you guys to read like Dream Arena. Like this is a perfect time to have you guys in my trap. Okay, you guys are in my trap. And you guys, you will read Dream Arena. You will read it. Yeah. Chapter 5. I have to show you guys chapter 5. Like off of Webtoon, because like when I put it into Webtoon, it was just garbage. Like the fucking resolution was garbage. Like the art was okay, but the res was just ass. It's just ass. But yeah. So I actually want to show you guys chapter 2. All right. And I kind of want to talk about it. I want to talk about like what was going on at the time, because I was kind of just in and out of Dream Arena. Like in 2022, 23, 24, and now 25 too. We're nearing the end of 25. And I still haven't released chapter 6. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, let's go to chapter 2. Let's go. So look, Ryuja's like, hey, you two need work, right? Have you already forgotten my teachings over these years? I see that the style of fighting you two possess hasn't been washed by the fluid premise of my teachings. Perhaps you are submitting to your Saiyan instincts once again. Ryuja has a very specific philosophy when he teaches his fighting style. He does not want any, because he kind of sees like the Saiyan sorry, I'm trying to articulate this. Saiyan reluctance of discipline, right? Saiyans typically do not want any discipline in their fighting style, right? They're just like kind of brawlers at heart, right? There's like tacticians and shit like that, but at the end of the day, the Saiyans, when it comes to fighting, they don't really have like a set in stone method, right? So he's like, yeah, you guys are lacking, all right, and you guys are letting your Saiyan instincts take over again. And then like you know, it's some bickering here. Sorry about that, Master Ryuja. Master Ryuja. Looks like we got carried away. I'm sure of it, and no, he's like ultra hype in Aura moment in 2022. Like, bruh. Yeah. So he's like, yo, I have a proposition for you guys, right? A proposition? What we do in business now? He says, your only business with me is finding it of paramount importance to prepare for the inevitable Armageddon. And we see here, and I'm going to explain this. Back then, Nibiru was Nibiru, and a man. Nibiru was a man. So yeah. And it's a lot different now. I had a lot of different visions back then, but now I have something that's a little bit more unique, right? And yeah. So he's like, when that time arrives, the point of no return will come to pass, or as I should have clarified earlier, your destiny was sealed from the very beginning. So this implies that these events had a specific route, right? A specific route. And he's like, your son has the entire fate of all that exists within his grasp, and we see kind of, I don't know what to call this. It's probably like Dragon Realm representatives, as you can see. Like there's a little fucking Namekian there, right? Right? Every administrative branch of the Dragon Clan agrees that Juko is the one. So there's emphasis. There is a savior storytelling through this spinoff. As you can see, it was like a total mess, but I still want to continue it because it's Sigma and funny, and Tony's been waiting for his fight for like forever, since like ninth grade, right? So yeah. So I see this is a heavy situation indeed. Yaki says the word heavy is very much a low ball to describe this, right? The true devil Nibiru, Nibiru. I gotta get ultra specific. Nibiru, the man devil, has been polluting the universe for eons, even slipping under divine authority undetected and corrupting the upper ranks. He has created a false image and authority over all life, the angels and gods of destruction. So, this part is heavy. This part is very heavy. Hold on. Let me remove some images from a little sandbox right here, right? This is very, very heavy in lore. Very heavy. In today's Dragon Ball Savior, yes, this is the truth. Nibiru has an influence over the mortal realm, not just by planting the seed of Diaferna in drama and like producing the Kairouian lineage, right? But she has also manifested the mockery of life, the mockery of God, by spawning the angels, spawning the gods of destruction. So we can see that Nibiru and Zalama had beef for entire like sets of like 100 millions of like years. Like they've had beef forever. All right. So yeah, that's when the angels come into play. It's literally a front for Nibiru, right? That is what Savior is about. And this front, over time, it became more independent. So it's they've over time become less of like evil, like mockery of God, and they kind of just established their own godhood, which in Zalama's eyes is false, right? And he sees it as a mockery. So yeah, those are like that is what's behind the angels and destroyer gods, right? It is Nibiru's like spitball at Zalama, right? And he says the point is that everything we do up to that point will be extremely sensitive and will affect the results. Da, da, da. I did not know how to write dialogue at the time. Da, da, da. Boom. And then Ryuja spawns Goku and Vegeta, and this is like where it kind of gets wonky, but bear with me, right? And they're kind of like lifelike versions of Goku and Vegeta. Like the intent was to have these guys lifelike, right? Vegeta and Goku, right? Da da da. He gives a little history lesson. Or no, sorry. Yaki gives some commentary on how he knows Vegeta from textbooks, right? They called him the traitor of Abora. He was also spotted on Earth, though. I don't think they cared too much. I know I didn't. Hell, didn't even know who the guy was. So I picked up a textbook. Most of all, he possesses power just like us, the domain of Sand Godhood. So yeah, all that shit, right? Former Sand Prince who's gone AWOL. Okay, what about the other guy? Da, da, da. He's not really important. Da, da, da. But the premise. Well, this is important because Battle of Gods is confirmed to be canon in Savior lore. Now, not so much as Battle of Gods, but the events of Battle of Gods. Like I said, Dragon Ball Saviors contextual canon is hybrid. I did say it was like 80% of it was Toei verse, and there are some parts that are Toriyama, but the contextual canon for Dragon Ball Savior is not what we see on TV. It is not Dragon Ball Z. It is not Dragon Ball Super. Not Dragon Ball GT. Not the movies. It is just parts and the entire canon that Dragon Ball Savior is built off of is the amalgamation of these concepts. So yeah, it is not strictly DBZ, DBS, DBGT, all that shit. It's just concepts into one, right? So yeah, that's the point I want to convey. But back then in Dragon Ball Savior, Battle of Gods was canon. So up until the arrival of the destroyer god Beerus, these two have played a crucial role in preserving the universe. However, we should stay on topic here. I came to shed light on their technique. Perhaps you can learn a thing or two about this display. And now we see Goku and Vegeta doing the fusion dance. Right? And a little neat detail here is that the quote unquote recording or recreation of this translates like how it felt like at the time it was conceived. So everything that was felt at the event of when Goku and Vegeta fused, like whether it be like from Fusion Reborn or the Dragon Ball Super Broly, everything was felt right here. All right. And he just shows that, hey, the fusion technique, all right, and boom, this is what is known as fusion. The type that these two were using is Metamoran, of Metamoran origin. Familiar with that? Amidst of a threat, they decided to put this to use, and it paid off well after only one failure. You can fail a dance as simple as that. And again, I don't know how to fucking write, right? Yeah. Basically, Dragon Ball Savior has a new timeline set for itself. Yeah, exactly. And well, yeah. You can use. I think I did go over this point before. Sorry, hold on. Just give me a second. I did show them Super Simps, like a little bit of it. Oh, give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Because my recommended was actually about to spook you guys, because I get some crazy shit my fucking recommended. Um, I did show them as evidence that the dimension with swirling lights and all that that Taviga and Barisi like fucking like hyper accelerated into by clashing. That V Gogeta and Broly that we see there, like they are vastly different than what they see because of Gogeta mostly because he has the orange vest. Let me pull it up. So yeah, this is pretty much the evidence I use for that. Yeah, sorry, the evidence that can be used to back up like the statement that Savior has a new time like contextual timeline for itself. Like it's not ZGT Super, none of that. And this right here could be used for evidence, could be right. But yeah, it's come from me. And there is also another image I do want to show you that encompasses all that before we move on to reading the rest of Dream Arena 2. Where are you? Where are you? Again. And this is a rough representation of like what is happening behind the scenes, or like before. See, look right here, right? So this is the I guess beta version of the contextual timeline that Savior like sprouts from, right? So we have Dragon Ball happening, right? You see PyCon, see like movie characters like Android 13, Cooler, Tapion, and Fusion Reborn Gogeta, and even Broly too. Like I said, the beta version of it, because I'm still trying to like see what works and what doesn't work, right? But yeah, this is pretty much like what Savior is built off of in context of like the Z Fire, like what happens before Savior, right? So it's a completely new timeline. Like what we see in Z, what we see in Dragon Ball Super, what we see in GT, what we see in the movies, they don't quite happen exactly like it entails. They aren't quite separate. It's a amalgamation, like I said before, an amalgamation of everything we have seen into one. Kill Anton by the way because he said time of 4 go to you. So yes. That is that is the contextual canon. So yeah. Oh my goodness. So yeah, boom, right? You know, we're just showing them the fucking fusion amps, right? Ta-da. You know, we're not gonna fail you, master. Ta-da. Right? And then boom, 1 hour earlier. And this is where we see a new character, Akira Dracon. Now, he wasn't even mentioned before, right? In anything regarding Savior, like from me, because he was my friend Akira's character. His full name is Akira Dracon, right? And he's supposed to be let me think. He's supposed to be the Lars to Juko's Jin Kazuma. That's kind of their dynamic. And yeah. So Akira, he does have ties to the organization Ryuja does belong to. He has ties, and this is where he comes into play. So you mean to say he's been encased in that boulder for a year on his end? It's all in the mind. Physically, he is identical prior to encapsulation. His hibernation must be linked to that lunatic copy I dealt with earlier this year. It's almost a blessing that Zuko's S cells are dormant. This particular doppelganger could not utilize his potential very well, unlike Revenant. And we do have a mention of Revenant and like what like he's like in terms of power. Revenant, short for Revenant Zuko, is basically just like the only example I could really go with is Sukuna for Yuji, right? Even though I did think of Revenant before I even knew what JJK was, before I even got into it. Yeah, that's basically the dynamic, or Hollow and Ichigo or something like that. I don't know, right? But that's the dynamic. That is who Revenant is, right? And we see a picture of Zuko Black. And Lavender Kira is like soloing him in like Super Saiyan Lavender, right? So it's a blessing that Zuko's S cells are dormant. And yes, this is canon. A important detail about Zuko. Zuko's S cells are not active at all. Right? He cannot transform into a Super Saiyan by no means. It doesn't matter how hard he trains. It does not matter how angry he gets. His S cells cannot be awakened. They're pretty much locked, pretty much non-existent, actually. And you guys can interpret that that's like a disorder, or if that's by Zalama himself, like God himself, like did that. So, but yeah, that is for interpretation, right? So the devil's run out of creativity. That's how you know end times are near. Nibiru has been running out of tricks lately. You're right, but perhaps that is just like deception. Sending against into the meat grinder like that can also be labeled as psychological warfare. Yes, Nibiru is implied to be behind, like Zamasu, like pulling up and just being a nuisance, right? There he is, and just in time, Zuko is awake. Great timing on my part. Hey, let's get down to business, old friend. So yes, this does confirm that Zuko and Akira were acquaintances at one point before Zuko's hibernation, all that, and you can see like old shit, like made old shit of Zuko. Like, you know what? This is actually a pretty solid form. Like it's kind of solid. It looks cool. But yeah, this is what I planned for like Zuko. In replacement of his Super Saiyan transformations or Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan 4, all that. This at the time, I did take a little bit from Absalom, so this would be his Dragon God form, and then Celestial Dragon God. But now I'm leaning more into like more original, more Christianity motif transformations, and I did give Zuko fucking what was it called? It's called Change State. It's the state Goku goes into at the end of Dragon Ball GT when he has a spirit bomb and like Omega Shenron cannot damage him. That is one of Zuko's forms, but it's like way later in the timeline. So don't even worry about that. But yeah, he did have a transformation set, but it was not Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, nothing like that. So yeah. All right, so that's episode 2. So episode 3, and I actually liked this episode, like how this came out at the time, because like my art was improving a little bit, and I was getting a little bit better at writing and like getting to know what I wanted to put down on like paper and shit like that. So yeah, yes, Sally wrote this piece of dialogue. I thought this was complete cringe. I'm not gonna lie. For someone who's as prophesized as you, Sleepyhead wasn't the first thing I had in mind. Those hours better be worth it for the sake of everything, literally. That fight with your revenant self proved that I must induce more onto you. So this explains that Revenant Zuko put Zuko in the stalagmite for recovery and shit like that, right? And Zuko lost. I think in Dragon Ball Savior current canon, that's not retcon. Zuko does lose to Revenant, but Revenant is pretty much subdued at this point by Ryuja and shit like that. So yeah, I have to make a few changes in our training plans. I see. Well, you got your own thing going on. I'm here to set the record straight for the others. Your mother and her friend, they're gonna need an authentic challenger. Sensei, what's this about? Well, it's come to my attention that your mother, Yaki, and her friend Idai have hit the limit of assignments and conditioning that I have planned. Very contradictory in the story. I don't know what was being cooked there, but very contradictory, right? For the time being, Yaki and Idai are revisiting old assignments. And this is also when I was into like Yakuza. Like I was playing Yakuza Kiwami 2. I think I just finished it like during this time. Yeah, I just finished it. And yeah, I had a dynamic between Ryuji and Kiryu. I kind of like referenced it and boom, made them do it. This will be if I do remake episode 3, that'll be remade. Like the shot's gonna be like beautiful. But yeah, I'm currently remaking episode 1 and 2. So yeah, it's not easy catering to Sans, huh, Sensei? You got that right. There are indeed sometimes where I question my purpose. I've dealt with it for years. I'm used to it. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I would be of assistance. Fuck. I know you are busy most of the time, but I don't want to let you down. You just says it's all up to you. I know. So I'm going to agree to the offer and leave it up to you. You'll give them the push they need. So Juka this time, he depends on Akira. He believes Akira is the one to push Yaki and Idai to their limits so that they can progress with the training. By this time, Psoriasis was not even a concept. A third party was a concept then, but I was too lazy to kind of just like put them in and like dealing with dynamics and shit like that. Now I'm a little bit better at dealing with that in writing. And yeah, I mean, like around this time, who you would call Surias, he's basically back at Abora. He's doing his thing, whatever, and he has no association with Yaki and Idai at this time, right? But in current canon, they like all three of them stick together, and plus Juko. So yeah, you'll give them new insight into their strength and make them see new heights that they have only dreamed of. This is hinting towards Super Saiyan 4 Yaki and Super Saiyan Blue Evolved Idai. Again, further emphasizing that Yaki's not a fan of the God forms at all. Idai doesn't really care. So just anything for strength at this point, right? So boom. You'll be the one to give them that push. So as you say, it's on. You're goddamn right. X-Nash will notify them as soon as their current session is over. In the meantime, Akira, you should prepare yourself. I got myself acquainted over here. I'm ready whenever. Just give me a call or something. See you soon. And then boom, we go into current time, right? Yaki says she can handle it. She has a little Vegeta point at this time, right? Oh boy. Now the point isn't as crucial as like consequential as I want it to be, but Akira does beat their ass. Okay. As much as I like to see that, I must get going. I must attend an important meeting at the committee, and it seems that our guest has already arrived. So Akira's already here. You lot will discuss this in more physical matters. Good luck. And he goes away, right? No way, he's for real. I didn't even sense him. So I don't know what this means because they both have God Ki, but apparently Idai and Yaki cannot sense Akira Dracon at all, even though he's in the area. So why would Ryuja be lying about that? He isn't lying about that. I can tell you that right now. He's not lying about that. How long was the little guest here? Doesn't matter how long it was, only how long it's going to be until. And boom, they feel a surge of power arrive as Akira Dracon descends into the battlefield. He must already be here. Boom. It died down. Where the hell are they? Oh, shit. Right? Boom. And then boom, right? Akira appears. Almost hitting Yaki Kairu. Right? Oh, no, sorry. I got my own choreography fucking incorrect. Hold on. What the fuck is going on, bro? Let me see this. someone actually incinerate this nigga, bro. Okay, so yeah. Akir's speed is monstrous at this point. Monstrous. Because Yaki doesn't even perceive this attack. If it was anything else but this graze, this purposeful graze, she'd be dead. So yeah, that's a testament to Akir's speed and power, right? And then boom, she sends the kick and ducks. Edai goes Super Saiyan. It's like, when the hell did he get here? Hey, bitch, hope you're ready to get your ass kicked. Boom, way too fast for Yaki. And then, yeah. So you two, just two of you, huh? She's like, what? Well, should have expected the two of you anyway. Never thought that I'd be fighting the wife of a Kairu. And the other one, shit, if I didn't think you guys screamed that way, I asked to hit. This is when I did not know how to fucking write at all. Like, this dialogue is like, bro, what the fuck is going on, bro? What the fuck is going on? Right? Then again, I ain't here to mingle. I'm here to beat you into shape. And then, boom, the dynamic intro of Akira Dracon in the webtoon, right? Boom. Keep in mind that this is when I completed Kiwami 2, so I was like really, really obsessed with the idea of like that dynamic intros. I was like really new to it. I thought it was the fucking coolest thing ever. I still do think it's the coolest thing ever. It's really fucking cool. She's like, you little shit. Something tells me that you're the guy. Edai says, it's got to be. The final test of the month is indeed him. But the hell's so special about you, Edai says, right? And Akira's like, oh, me? Well, you're talking to Akira Dracon from the third quadrant of Universe 7. And you think about it, we are all part of a test. You guys are more of a pre-assessment and more admittedly corny writing. Sorry. I'm so sorry, guy. I'm so sorry. She's like, cut the stupid shit already. We're here to fight. Yeah, and I already want to pound your face into the dirt. So let's not make this any worse for you. Ooh, the aggression. I like it. But let's not kill each other just yet, okay? And then Yaki and Edai burst into Super Saiyan 2. So, boom. And Akira's like, only the Golden Branch? Bad choice, you two. And then, again, I was very obsessed with Yakuza. So I kind of gave Akira something like extreme heat mode. Kind of. Like, you see his hair glowing. See his like aura, like green. He has a signature green aura. Very intensified, right? Very intensified. It's like you said, let's not kill each other just yet. Let's go, Edai. I'll show you that it won't be enough. Akira, again, emphasizing he's vastly, in terms of realms, way stronger than Yaki and Edai. But you'll see he does let shit pass. So boom, they have a conjoined like key blast of like working together, like boom. Then Dragon Ball Savior Jim Marina there. Then boom, we have that. Whew. Honestly, like I'm looking back at my work and like I think episode 3 is definitely on the table to get remade, especially because of like the shots here. There is a lot going on though. There's like a lot going on. Especially in episodes. I think episode 2 actually has the most pages over episode 3. So yeah. So boom, we're at episode 4, Rising Part 1. So yeah, I don't know why I made this into parts. I guess I'm just a lazy fuck. I can't even lie to you. I'm very fucking lazy. Very fucking lazy. Sorry, let me hold on. All right. Yeah. So look. Yeah. So boom. We have the aftermath of the conjoined key blast attack. Boom. Akira, not a scratch on him, and he's looking like he's going to fucking destroy them. Right. Boom. He's like, this guy's good. He just took all that like it was nothing. You distract him, Edai. I got something for him. Don't gotta tell me twice. What exactly made her this angry? Well, I was also that much in the Baki, so you're about to see some like narrative, like actual nonsense, right? And I guess she was just angry at like how much of a cocky like asshole like Akira was. So it's like, don't gotta tell me twice. And like the narrator's like, what exactly made her this angry for her strength to come out like this, for her speed to showcase. For her to showcase that speed, she moves so feral. Well, I know she's serious, but I just don't understand. My first impressions are really that bad, and she's about to fucking deck the absolute shit out of Akir. Then it's like, boom, and she does. And Akir's tweaking out. He's like, how funny for the world to be upside down like that. He's tweaking out because of that punch. And she does a little Sigma pose, bro. Fucking Sigma. And Yaki's like, what the hell? Idai's strength just skyrocketed in that small window of time, but how? And we get, for some reason, I wrote a flashback scene. Oh my God. Why did I write this? Like, what the fuck? Why did I fucking do this? So yeah, right. And then we see Goku. We see Dragon Ball Savior Goku, right? Yeah, this is weird. It doesn't match up with what I said, right? It doesn't match up with what I said. I guess, like, ugh. Hold on. Oh my goodness. 2 years prior, yeah, meet Goku. Ooh, okay. So okay. So I think I have the timeline down, right? So we have the Exile protocols. The Exile Rebellion saga, Idai breaking out of prison, all that. Then we have Yaki and Idai and Sirius on like Planet Ryuja, or the Daimoku Sanctum, their realm, and then some years pass. That means GT has ended, right? Okay. So I think that would mean, yeah. Oh, okay. This fits. This fits. Let me see real quick of the Super 17 fucking saga age, right? Super 17 saga. Brother, I'm trying to find like when this took place. What the fuck? Well, if Dragon Ball GT isn't already on the second year of like inverse, if it isn't already in the second year, then I guess like 2 years pass, like GT ends, and like Goku's still like training in like the Dragon Realm or whatever fucking realm that Shenron took Goku, which by the way, guys, he took him to the Daimoku Sanctum. Okay, guys, yeah, but yeah, I think it does fit. Okay, so yeah, 2 years prior, I'm definitely gonna fucking retcon like how they got God. They obviously had God way before this, right? But yeah, 2 years prior, Idai is training with Goku, and basically, I'm gonna say you guys cringe. Literally, it's Idai and Goku discussing how Idai can just fucking control her anger, right? So like Goku here is talking very philosophically, right? There's much more to what I'm really saying. Typically, the weight of your fist correlate a sort of past trauma or event, which serves as a motivation factor. It is more of a spiritual thing than it is something that's purely fact. In other words, I just feel something behind the way you fight. At least I'm hoping I'm right. With that in mind, can you see something within my fighting too? He asks. And all that, philosophy talk, like the master, right? The master, okay? But yes, Goku is here, right? And he looks very, 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 very different. Very different, right? Very, very monkish, right? Become that anger too. Shoot, sorry about that. It just comes under stretch and mechanisms of sorts. I should be heading back to Master Ryuja before you go. Yeah, remember what I told you. I will. And then boom, hype and aura moments. Literally hype and aura moments. Literally, right? And I promise you guys, like this hype and aura, like shittery is not in chapter 5. I promise you, it's not in chapter 5. Like after this, I never do this shit again. Like this is fucking. Oh my god, this is fucking garbage. Jesus Christ. But Ida, as you can see, there's like a lot of scars on her back. Lots of scars. The chained desire to ascend is what eats at the heart of a Saiyan. She quotes, right? Sorry for searing you, Yaki. I feel so good right now, like a great weight was just off my spirit. Edai, I haven't wanted your little episodes again. It is canon that Edai is she's a little bit autistic. Okay, Edai is very autistic. Okay, you know, you always use that word as if I knew what it meant. Maybe you're jealous of my release right now. Whatever game plan we had, you can go ahead and scrap it. I'm gonna enjoy this. And like Akira, like, man, those scars look pretty fucking cool, man. But that punch, I still feel a little bit numb on my chin. Looks like she earned my respect. Now I must match her energy. And like, you know, Akira, you know, Yakuza shit, right? You know, worked up now. Boom. Right? Look who's awake. You know, I gotta celebrate your relief with you. It's only normal. It's only right that I celebrate with Edai too. Wouldn't want to miss on the most obscure training session of all time. And then boom, because I did not want to draw Yaki's armor anymore. I didn't want to fucking do it anymore. It was just a waste of time. Right? I made her take it off. So I guess you can thank my desire to just not draw her fucking armor anymore for producing this scene. It's like boom. She takes off her armor and her like country like patches or faction patches, right? That the military has, right? Rips some forearm like spandex off, leaving with her gauntlets and shit like that. The party is only getting started. Tell me what's next. Next, we can get on with this with everything I've got, right? And then Edai charges in with Super Saiyan God. Boom. And then Yaki powers up Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 3. Boom. And you can see like there's sparkles in the Super Saiyan 3. So what does that mean? In Dragon Ball Savior lore, the sparkles in your Super Saiyan aura, they give off status. That is a sign of status. We know this is evident because of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. He has sparkles in his aura, even though Goku and Vegeta do not have sparkles. And this goes for Gogeta too. Like regular Gogeta, like Super Saiyan Gogeta has sparkles in his aura. So Gogeta is meant to be a uniqueness, right? He's meant to symbolize a sort of mastery, a higher power. He's meant to be like a god, right? So this version of Super Saiyan 3, it's implied by the sparkles in the aura that this is a god level version of Super Saiyan 3, right? And guys, please do not take this literally. It is not Super Saiyan 3 plus God Ki, okay? That's not what this is. This is like down to the fundamental, down to how everything is practiced. It is on the level of a god, okay? That is what I mean. Please be very, very careful with that. And so this is what I call perfect Super Saiyan 3. That is what the sparkles mean. It's perfect Super Saiyan 3. That's what they mean. Okay, and boom, we have updated Ryuja. Looks fucking cool, like Raiden from MK4 type shit. Boom, right? So that's part 1 of Rising. Part 1 of episode 4. Episode 4, part 2. Boom, the battle rages on between Edai and Akira. And boom, we have Super Saiyan God, Edai fighting against base Akira. And boom, how about this? They're pretty, they're kind of even, not really, because Akira on the blast and it pushes Edai to go to Super Saiyan Blue to counteract it. But Akira is just stronger. He's just stronger. And boom, she gets injured. But Super Saiyan 3, Yaki catches him lacking. He's like, I almost forgot about Yaki. How about we go on a little trip? Boom, puts Akir down. He like takes a ki blast, puts it to his stomach, makes him go down, and then Idai comes in for the coordinated kill. Boom. So Super Saiyan 3, perfect Super Saiyan 3, Yaki, and Super Saiyan God Idai versus base Akir. Right? And he's like, ugh, damn it. It's like, she's like, huh, for real? Don't be a hypocrite like you were an hour ago. Yaki says, shut that shit up and let me have my fun, Yaki. Look, he just vanished. They cannot track Akira at all. And then, yeah, this chapter's pretty short. This part's pretty short because I just wanted to get it over with, honestly. I don't really feel like working on this shit. But yeah, so he has a little red sphere that he is holding in between the center of his palms. So what is that? He just blitzed them. He like perception blitzed them, right? He clasps his hands with the ball in the center. We see a shot of his necklace, like kind of like has electricity going off. And in the next shot, we see a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen in this shot right here, right? We see, first of all, everything is just golden, right? It's just golden and yellow, right? And then if you look closer, we have the line art of what seems to be a great ape. So this is the golden great ape. This symbolizes the golden great ape essence, right? You have Akir. His hairstyle is very, very wild, and in his eyes, he has yellow animalistic irises. And his necklace is gone. That means his necklace withheld power. And now he's about to beat their asses. But you see the text splash. Kino Ikari Segyo. Golden Wrath contained. So let me actually show you what this form is. Like I'm gonna show you guys what this form is actually. Image file. Digital art V2. Yeah. I'm gonna show you what the shit is, right? This is Super Ikari Akir. He is the first one in the series to introduce this. What Super Ikari is, literally, you could probably like infer what it is, but what it is literally is that it is the essence of Golden Great Ape condensed into a humanoid form, unlike Super Saiyan 4. Sorry, I didn't mean to say unlike like that, but like it is not the same as Super Saiyan 4. There is a considerable amp difference between the two. So this is a pretty complicated form because if you were to condense the power of Golden Great Ape in humanoid form, wouldn't you just get Super Saiyan 4? And I say to you guys, no, that's not the case at all. That is not the case. So Akir is basically using his physical body. He's filling it up with all his power, all his like Saiyan power, like all of it, like maxing out in his physical body. And he's using his current body as a vessel without evolving like physically. So he's basically at like full like fucking dummy power right now, right? And you can tell because of like the veins on his head. And yeah, that's pretty much the form. And I do have a concept in Dragon Ball Savior called Super Saiyan Power. I'll discuss that as we move on with time, right? I'll discuss that. Like the time for that will come eventually. But there's a concept called Super Saiyan Power and the Great Ape Core that I will explore later, right? So yeah, he has Golden Wrath contained. You can actually argue that this was the the fucking Great Ape Core, right? He's crushing the Great Ape Core. He's unleashing all his beastly power, his Saiyan power, into his physical body without evolving into another like transformation, right? So yeah. That was a fucking mouthful. Jesus Christ. Then boom. This is where I evolved as how to present Dragon Ball Savior Dream Arena, right? I'm really jealous because I don't have this splash anymore. I don't have it. I can remake it, but I don't have this anymore, right? So we have Golden Wrath contained Akira Dracon, right? And he's got his 4 fingers up because, you know, episode 4, this is the finale of episode 4. So yeah, this is episode 4. Boom, right? And he's in his Daimoku outfit, guys. Okay, bear with me, right? So Golden Wrath contained Akira Dracon. So as you can see, it's crazy. It's crazy. His aura is wild. His hair is wild. He has the golden irises of Super Saiyan 4 or Ikari, right? Super Saiyan God Idai and perfect Super Saiyan 3 Yaki Kairu. This is confirmed. Yes, this is perfect Super Saiyan 3 Yaki Kairu. All right. And then boom. His transformation causes everything to just kind of just be like very fucking depressing. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. So boom, he looks menacing. Well, it's interesting to say the least. Idai comments, Super Saiyan God. I know it may not be familiar to you, but you at least have to be knowledgeable about the Great Ape core. Akira explains. What I did was capture the power of Super Great Ape while retaining my base form. Very, very important. And it supports what I said. Literally, quite literally, down to what I said. He's using the maximum of the Super Saiyan power and the Great Ape power, condensing it into his base form, and he's not evolving. I'd imagine that's very taxing on the body. In your current situation, I'm not very convinced that anything has changed for you. And he says that is dangerous thinking. So he's about to fucking wreck them. He's going to fucking destroy them. So boom. She lunges forward. Bang. Akira smiles. Nothing happens. Nothing. He doesn't even flinch. Nothing happens. He says, that's rather impressive. You managed to focus the power of blue on one body part. A little flex that Idai can do because she does have that key control, right? But it does not work at all. And like Akira kind of like puts Idai like on her knees at this point. But yeah. Yaki's like, hey, asshole. And he's like, boom. And that kick does nothing to him. She's like, no way. And then boom, shots again. Nothing. He's not budging at all. No fucking way. And then Akira's just standing there. He's just looking. He's just standing there. Like, you guys just fucking suck. You guys are trash, nigga. And she's like, damn it. He cut off the flow of ki from just my arm. She's like, Idai, snap out of it. And boom, Akira blitzes Idai. Boom, boom, knocks him out, right? She's like, you big fucking dummy. Yaki, my key. At this time, like, Idai's key is kind of on timeout right now. She's like, I know. I'll take it from here. Just look for me, okay? Oh, man, that's so cute. I suppose that's just it. I suppose just us for now. I couldn't help but think about your current state and its explanation. You'll regret reminding me of the Great Ape core. In this time, this is I do think this is an ass pull, okay? This is an ass pull right here. Hold on. He's like, oh, I'll regret it. How about you make me? She's like, And she, boom, the same like reddish like color that Akira had in his hand explodes and fucking like destroys the place. And dust kicks. She has a new aura, very aggressively like golden, and sparkles too. And her eyes are golden. They are no longer aqua. They are golden. She looks mean. Perfect Super Saiyan 3 plus wrathful. So you could probably interpret this as Super Ikari. Hold on, let me see. you could hold on. God damn it, this is the wrong tab. Sorry, fucking spoilers. Jesus Christ. You could interpret this as this, but actually, no, that's not possible at all. Actually, that's not possible. I do believe I'm pretty fucking dumb, but look, this is Super Saiyan 3, okay, perfected plus Wrathful, right? Plus Wrathful. Yeah, a pretty crazy fucking amp. Very taxing too. So yeah, that is it for episode 4. I do have chapter 5, and I do want to explore it with you guys, but just give me a second. Just bear with me. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna see if it's safe enough for me to explore. Cause yeah, right. Go over here. Gym Arena chapter 5. All right, let's go. All right, okay. All right. So yeah, what just happened was crazy, but chapter 5 is even crazier, right? Because Yaki and Akira actually fight, and that's like my favorite fucking part because I actually did some choreography work on that. I actually did some pretty good choreography work. So yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Share screen. I think it's safe. I think it's safe to stream. Right? Boom. Okay. All right. There we go. And I'm gonna drag Discord all the way to the other tab. Right to the other tab. Right. So yeah. So this is chapter 5. So it begins like this. Boom. Yaki charges up. Right. Oh shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. So yeah. Boom. So all that shit. Right. They battle in the fucking sky and shit like that. Right. They're on floating debris that's like been fucking sprouted up into the air, and they stand off. She goes forward. Ki blast. Akira shot because of her speed. Boom. And as you can see, my fucking art boosted. It boosted. Much more clarity here. Much more like just overall better like anatomy. Like there is some art style evolution here. So boom. And Akira is just being pushed back by this blast. Like you can see it. It's being pushed up by this fucking blast. Right? And it reaches the floor and boom. Right? So yeah. I just wanted to put this in like black and white because I thought it was cool. I could have easily colored it, but it wouldn't have looked cool. And I also was testing out a new art style here, right? So yeah. So this shot is crazy, right? So boom. And it proves that this amp is very, very powerful from like Perfect Super Saiyan 3 plus Wrathful. It somehow is able to go up against a pre Super Saiyan 4 level amp, right? He's like, oh shoot, looks like I'm spent. It's only been 20 minutes. There's no way that's all you've got. And then he's like, yeah. I think I was missing a couple pages here too. It's a fucking mess. I'm so sorry, guys. It's a fucking mess, right? But he's like, it's not over yet. Hold on. He's like, what do you think you're doing? What's that in his hand? You'll see. Here we go. Boom. Goes into God with the Super Saiyan power, as you can see from the aqua irises. And then boom, lavender. And then he explodes the power. Boom. Like that. And like, what? No, that's it. He's transforming, right? Yeah. And she's like, that color, that pressure, what is this? It's got to be a God form because Super Saiyan God in Super Saiyan Blue, Akira does not have that. But this is his version of the next step, like beyond Super Saiyan God. So I guess you could call it a Super Saiyan Blue. Yeah, it is a Super Saiyan Blue. From now on, you can call me Lavender Akira. I'm in peak condition, he says. So this is a crazy amp. And I'm so sorry, guys. Like each chapter is just transformation. Like it's fucking crazy. There's no like real choreography. So it's not really static. It's just dynamic on each chapter. But like this is hype and aura, right? It's hype and aura, bro. It's tough. She's like, an interesting turn of events. Your injuries are all healed. So I was right. That is a god form. Now, what my main problem was about Super Saiyan Blue is that it did not carry over any traits that Super Saiyan God had. I don't remember if it was in the movie or in the show, like some filler part of the show. But either one of those, Super Saiyan God had a healing factor utility. So I decided to implement that with Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue and all that shit, right? So it's like, yes, I was right. That is God form. Let's see what I can do with this power against that God form, right? Telling you right now, it ain't gonna be much. He said same shit that he said last time as he was in Super Ikari. This time, this is a impossible amp, right? And so she's like, we'll see about that. She jumps forward with blast and shit, and Akira is just not taking this seriously at all, not at all, right? And we see Yaki Kairu, and this is proof that she too was trained by Goku at one point in time. She uses instant transmission. This is instant transmission right here. Oh shit, I can't even zoom in on that. Right? Yeah, you can see that is 2 fingers. Instant transmission right there, right? Yeah. And Akira's like, yeah, right. And he's not even worried. But Yaki seems to have him like clamped down. Boom. He blitzes her. She says he's fast. His speed is at least 10-fold now. So from the side, Akira tries to punch her. She dodges, but she's not fast enough. Boom, without any effort. Hits her in the fucking nose. Boom. She rages. Tiger drop. Akira just tiger drops Yaki out of Super Saiyan 3 in Wrathful. That is how much powerful the gap between Perfect Super Saiyan 3 with Wrathful and Super Saiyan Lavender is, especially Akira Super Saiyan Lavender. So, and that actually just isn't his Super Saiyan Blue. That is a Super Saiyan Lavender. Like that has its own amp. Right? So she goes flying through mountains and shit. It's like, boom. Well, shit, that didn't go as expected. Guess I can't really depend on Super Saiyan anymore. Damn it. Right? Then boom. And Idai wakes up. It's like, no, Yaki's down. And that little runt transformed. Damn you, Akira, you're going to pay for making a fool out of me. Step aside Yaki's mind. She bursts into Super Saiyan Blue out of rage, and then she bursts at Akira. Yaki screams, Idai, don't do it. They fight. This is a surprise. They have like squabble, like dialogue and shit like that. But hold on, give me a second. Her rage must be adding to the power. She is stronger than before. Boom. And then boom, headbutt. Also, give me a second.
Sorry, my sister has a lot of audacity to interrupt me while I am teaching about Dragon Ball Savior.
Foolish girl, foolish. Okay, back to it, right? Yeah. So she's like, don't do it. Boom, headbutt. It's staggering because not even Super Saiyan Blue Idai can contend against Akir, right? Well, I mean, we kind of knew that because Super Saiyan Blue was required for like a full power base Akir blast, so she gets fucking soloed, right? And she's just getting beat up, boom, boom, right? But then Yaki interrupts him, catches him off guard, and he slides. He's like, nice, a proper 2-on-1, and then we see for the first time, we see Super Saiyan Blue Yaki Kairu. For the first time. Super Saiyan Blue.
Well, we see it, but we do know that she goes into it in lore. But yeah, that
Right there, that is the first time we are seeing a Super Saiyan Blue Yaki Kairu. And I'm so mad because this art is so good, and I know that I'm not quite at the level that I was, but I'm still a little bit better. I'm a little bit better than episode 4 part 2 era. But yeah, that is chapter 5 right there. That's chapter 5. And then we have like the grayscale, like blue Edai, blue Yaki Kairu, and then lavender Akir. Which is going to pose a ridiculous challenge for Edai and Yaki. Ridiculous challenge. Because I wanted to lock myself into not depending on any dynamic chapter like plotline changes. Excuse me. Because I had them transforming too much. So that's how I dealt with it. I gave Edai and Yaki a impossible obstacle, and so they have to use coordination. So yeah, that is the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Savior Dream Arena, and boom, I said that chapter 6 will endure a severe transformation that will change the art and paneling of Dragon Ball Savior Dream Arena. Thank you all for tuning in. See you all in a month or so. Lie. Okay, that was a fucking lie. Right? And the character Tavita Kairu, my newest art of him, oh my god. Look at him. He's fucking Sigma. Sigma as fuck right there. Dragon Ball Savior. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is Dream Arena. Okay, now I do have Dream Arena episode 1. I've worked a little bit on it. I posted the chapters on it. I don't think I should have replaced the chapters so soon, right? But the replacement chapters, like reconstruction in progress, right? Hold on, I actually forgot to mention this. Let me fucking stop the screen, right? Boom, right? So yeah. After that came out, I was like, hey, good news, guys. Chapters 1 and 2 are to be remade from scratch. I decided to make the improvement of my art more consistent. Keep in mind, there will be alterations of the original script, meaning more retcons. More retcons. As I've said before, I told you guys about the retcons in the video. That is what I mean. The alteration of the original script equals retcons, guys. So yeah. Sorry, in this stream. What the fuck? Stay tuned for more, and remember to stay cool. The real Juko, or my new handle, Juke Out. Peace. And this is Yaki Kairu, right? And in her canon uniform, she doesn't have like the black spandex until later, I think. Or I think that's her new like post Exile Rebellion like look, right? So yeah. There's progress on episode 1, right? And it's pretty much like a redo. Universe 7 is the South Quadrant. Two Warriors collide. I told you of the Shinron Vanguard. So yes, you can see because we had no previous mention of anything called Shinron Vanguard or shit like that, right? So as soldiers of the Shinron Vanguard, they must be the absolute best version of themselves. The Messiah hailing from Universe 7, Juko Kairu, is currently encased in a stalagmite in an act of hibernation. He was to rest after a near-death experience with his own doppelganger. So yes, in canon, Juko Kairu does lose against Revenant Juko in a near-death experience, right? He nearly died. Yaki and Super Saiyan God. Yaki Kairu is the mother of Juko. She is known as one of the heroes of planet Abora. Idai is Yaki's best friend and longtime comrade, being the second hero of Abora. Now, a little detail I did not mention to you guys. After Ragus fell to Yaki Kairu, these two became heroes. They pretty much saved the tyrant rule over Abora, because even for Saiyan standards, it was wrong. It was breaking families and shit like that. So what these two did, fucking God, Jesus, right? Okay, what they did, literally, like they went down in history as fucking heroes, right? And so yeah, they're pretty much legends. And yeah, pretty much Yaki was locked in and was like, yeah, I'm not gonna stick around for long, but you guys decide amongst yourselves, right? I suggest a democracy. That's basically what Yaki did to Abora, and then she just left with Surias and Idai. So yeah, that's why I have put they are the heroes of Abora. Okay, and then boom, they clash blasts. And yes, there is the motif that Yaki is stronger than Idai. So like one step ahead of Idai. So she's like, really now, Idai? That's cheating, using a two-handed blast. And even so, she's so strong that Super Saiyan God Yaki can hold off Idai's blasts with her own blast of one hand, and she's using two. And she's like, no way, my Super Saiyan Blue still struggles. Again, emphasizing the motif. I have to go in, surprise Yaki, and she's so predictable. And then, like, I'm off to a flame, and then she's getting ready to deck the living shit out of Idai. And yeah. So that right there, guys, is honestly all that is out in the public with Dragon Ball Savior. I mean, we had concepts from like the novel I wrote. We had like artwork, old artwork. We had like material I showed you guys. You know, this shit right here. This poster of like all like this like movie shit, like anime shit. You know, GT, all that. Right? We went through all that. So yeah, guys, that's Dragon Ball Savior currently. And if you guys did not already know, yes, it's the truth, guys. It is the truth. If you couldn't already figure out yourselves, Dragon Ball Super Simps has connections with Dragon Ball Savior. It does inverse. It does take place before the events of Savior. But yeah, that is it, guys. And I hope you enjoyed me teaching you about what Savior is really about. I noticed that I did not even address power levels yet, except for how strong the Aborian Saiyans were, how strong Yaki is, and so on and so forth. Yeah, guys. That's pretty much it for Dragon Ball Savior. Now, I guess I'm gonna like keep this going until hour 5. But you guys got any questions? I'm here to answer your questions. And yeah. Hold on. Let me actually. I'm also I guess I could also address like the status on Random XV2, but eh, I guess I don't know, right? Um, let me see how this is doing. Um, I could probably bring some people in here if you guys want. If you guys do want me to do that, please type in chat, or not. They want me to, because I do I do feel like I can. I'm at a position where I can answer questions now, like so. But I'm gonna idle a little bit here until hour 5. I'm probably going to stream just us hanging out, or sorry, hold on. Actually, I could probably end the stream here and start a new stream. So yeah, this is the full lecture of Dragon Ball Savior. Okay, guys. So yeah, full lecture, right? In the next stream, I'm gonna be hanging out and I'm just gonna be answering questions, right? So yeah. So see you guys there.